Hey everyone, welcome to Froggy Stocks. Nothing I say is financial advice, entertainment purpose only. Just opening a fun space for Sunday. Waiting for people to jump in. Sending some invites out. Getting her going. Stay with me just for a couple minutes. Getting the space set up. Just waiting for people to kick in. Yo. Welcome. This is my first space. I've never done this before. I'm really nervous. Thanks for coming, everyone. Everything is messed up this weekend. YouTube took
Oh my God.
monetization away.
Twitter is telling me like a
PayPal is
million
trying to
things
pull
to
money
do
out of
and
people's
flashing all these
accounts,
things on my screen
and
regarding
frigging
spaces. It's
the
so
U.S.
weird.
government's buying
And
supplies for nuclear fallout.
Everything
So,
is messed up
what the
this weekend.
fuck?
YouTube took monetization away. PayPal is trying to pull money out of people's accounts, and frigging the U.S. government's buying supplies for nuclear fallout. So, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is getting scary. What is going on in our
Hi.
world? Like things, we're over here worried about the stock market in our little bubble, and it just seems like there's some pretty major things going on. But yeah, hi Spence. Good morning. Hi PJ.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. It's been wild. Seeing that news about nuclear stuff, just I don't know. It's scary.
Real quick, I
good
want to
morning, you
address
guys.
this
I'm
right
so
now, real
ignoring that
quick, and
because I
be
have my
done with
own
it
little
one time.
disaster here that I'm like,
So
you know
everybody's
what? If
seen
you're
what
just going to
Marantz
drop
Rants
the
has put out
bomb,
about me.
come
I
on,
will
let's get
admit
this show on the
I
road. I'm
typed that and I did say
exhausted.
those things. I want to explain why.
Real quick,
After
I
January
want to address
28th, when
this
I
right
went
now,
from
real
big
quick,
time
and be done
gains
with
to
it one
bag
time.
holding like massively on AMC,
So
which
everybody's
you all know,
seen
you
what
were there, you
Marantz Rants has
understand
put
that.
out about me.
I held
I
my
will admit,
stock, and I
I
went and
typed
started
that
making
and I
some
did
other
say those
investments,
things.
right?
I want
One
to
was
explain
Zom, which
why.
I made a lot of money on. It
After
worked out
January
really well.
28th, when I went from
I
big time
said what I
gains to
said
bag
because the
holding
Wall
like
Street
massively
bets
on AMC,
guys
which you all
would
know, you were
not
there, you
leave
understand that.
people alone.
I held my
If you
stock
went to
and I
any
went and
other
started
play
making some other investments,
outside of
right?
AMC,
One
they
was
came in your
Zom, which I
room,
made a lot of
they
money on. It worked
harassed
out
you,
really
they
well.
harassed people in the room.
I
So I
said
got
what I
pissed
said
off and
because
typed
the
some
Wall
shit
Street
about
bets
me. Oh, I'm
guys
shorting
would
AMC.
not leave people
What I
alone.
typed
If you
came
went
true.
to any other
Even
play
though I was just
outside
arguing
of
with
AMC,
somebody,
they came in your
the
room,
government
they
failed
harassed
us.
you, they harassed
The
people in the
regulators
room.
failed us.
So I
We
got
didn't
pissed
squeeze,
off
and the
and typed
stock
some
went
shit
down
about
to what
me.
we are
Oh,
at
I'm
today. So
shorting
one, I was
AMC.
correct. Two,
One,
I
what
have
I
never shorted
typed
AMC.
came
I will
true.
post
Even
my
though I was
accounts
just
back
arguing
from
with
then
somebody,
eventually when I
the government
unlock my
failed us.
Robinhood account.
The
Show
regulators
everybody
failed
this.
us.
I
We didn't
posted my
squeeze, and the
APE
stock
bag
went
holding
down to what we are at
yesterday,
today.
so
So one, I
everybody
was
knows I'm
correct.
in. The
Two, I have
problem
never
is
shorted AMC.
I
I
was
will
not on
post
Twitter
my accounts
before
back from then
any of
eventually
that.
when I
Like, I didn't join
unlock
Twitter
my
until
Robinhood
maybe
account
later when I saw
and
Tara
show
hosting their
everybody
space
this. I
calls
posted
and
my
realized,
APE
oh wow,
bag
there's a
holding
community of
yesterday,
apes.
so
I
everybody
didn't know
knows
this
I'm in.
existed.
The
Either
problem
way,
is
I will admit what I
I
typed.
was not on Twitter
I did not short
before
AMC. It's
any of that. Like,
completely
I didn't
out of
join Twitter
context.
until maybe
Marantz
later when I
Rants
saw
is
Tara
big
hosting
time
her
mad
space calls
because he's not
and
getting
realized, oh
any
wow, there's
views
a
on his
community of
YouTube channel.
apes. I didn't know this
My latest
existed.
videos
Either
apparently
way,
went
I will
viral
admit
and
what I
got like
typed.
17K views
I did
because
not short
people
AMC.
know what I am
It is
talking about
completely
on
out of
APE and the
context.
bonds is
Marantz
correct.
Rants is big
So they
time
jive
mad
with
because
it.
he's not getting
And
any
I just
views
wanted to
on his
come out and
YouTube
openly
channel.
admit that that's what
My
happened.
latest
That's why I
videos
said it. I've never
apparently went
shorted
viral
AMC,
and
and
got like
I was big
17K
time
views
mad and
because
arguing with some Wall
people
Street
know
bets
what
guys
I am
trying to
talking
protect
about
people
on
in another
APE and the
community.
bonds
So
is
there
correct.
it is.
So they
So they can
jive
take
with it.
that and
And I just wanted
obsess
to come
about
out and
me
openly
even
admit
more.
that that's what
We
happened.
can.
That's why I said it. I've never shorted AMC, and I was big time mad and arguing with some Wall Street bets guys trying to protect people in another community. So there it is. So they can take that and obsess about me even more. they can.
You know, the thing is, Spence, is I've been here a long time, and like you said, you came here because you found me here or heard about me here or whatever. But the thing is I've experienced next level hate, and the one thing I'd never do, I have done, and I regret it now, is explain myself to these people, because at the end of the day, they're half of them are liars.
What just happened? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks like the space call just dumped on me. Let me see if I can get back in. What just happened? Hopefully it just canceled our space call. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right, let me try to restart the space call. That was wild. Okay, restarting it. Hold on, everybody. Let me get her back up. Well, that was crazy. Sorry, the space call just completely dumped on me, like out of nowhere. Let me get all this set back up again. There we go. In space. Okay, we should be back. Let me get all this set back up again. There we go. Join space. Okay, we should be back up on Twitter. Let me see if I can get my host back. There's PJ. I'll start bringing speakers up in a minute. Let me get all this set back up again. Oh man. That's never happened to me before. Not that bad.
Yeah, that was fast. So I'm going to share this one. Let's go.
Tara, I sent you a co-hosting. There we go.
Technically, that's a shill tactic. He gets you in the space call, then he drops you. Get you all frustrated for Monday morning.
Sorry, Tara, you want to go ahead? Apparently, I don't know, something. I don't even know what just happened. I think Tara's having trouble now, too.
You broke Tara, too. Good job.
Dude, I don't know, man. They're trying to really not let anybody do anything this weekend. This is crazy. I'm working on getting Tara back up.
You should get Frog in here. He's been saying some good stuff lately.
She can't unmute, she's saying. This is ridiculous, man. It's because Tara is like pro Musk and Twitter hates that.
Okay, is it working now? Okay, cool. I'm like sitting here hitting the unmute and talking way prematurely, but what I was just saying, you don't need to answer to these people, Spence. Like, honestly, they're here just to cause problems. They've been doing it for a long time. So, and then some people, they use my name or your name to gain likes. Like, they think they have enough sentiment against me, so they'll start tweeting out things about me, which is totally fine. Like, I mean, but if that's the leg they're going to stand on, they're not going to grow. They're just going to end on hate. Like, it's just everyone who goes that route just sort of stunts their own growth on Twitter. And it's unfortunate to see. I won't spend my time here tearing people down. I would much rather lift people up. And I don't know. I just find it to be a big waste of time. I know a lot of people think because I question the CEO or, ask about the tough stuff that it's somehow bashing him. Those each other. Like, one does not equal the other. Me saying that into, recognize this manipulation that's going on with APE and AMC does not equate to I'm bashing the CEO, because I'm not. But I honestly, I've read the comments and I see where people are at, and I see that people are extremely frustrated and ready to throw their hands up in the air on this guy. And honestly, like, I made the mistake of going down Adam's like list, and I'll just say this: it's disappointing. I cannot imagine, Elon Musk or another CEO, Ryan Cohen, liking their own stuff only, and never, the shareholders or other people or anything except their own. So I'll never forget the time that CEO Adam was so, elated that Elon Musk had actually liked his poll, regarding accepting Dogecoin at AMC movie theaters, which was an idea we came up with and we pushed forward, and in these spaces. And he was so happy. But then you got he's the same guy only likes his own tweets and pictures of himself. It's just bizarre to me. The behavior is very strange. I don't know. I can't explain it. And unfortunately, a lot of people come to me and expect me to, and hope that I can somehow, do something about it. And all I can do is hold his feet to the fire and say, we need to get something done, because there's something happening here that isn't being recognized, it isn't being called out. And I'm seeing other CEOs of other companies calling out dark pools, fighting against all of these tactics that are being used against us, but then we're just quiet. And, I don't think people would care as much if there wasn't this big, huge buildup of, they're going to eat crow, I'm going to pounce, and then checkmate. Checkmate means game over. Checkmate means we're done. It doesn't mean check. It doesn't mean, oh, my opponent has another move. Checkmate means game over. When you call checkmate prematurely, the game continues. The game continues on just as normal. That's what happens. And that's what seems to be happening with us. So
Actually, in a
I don't know.
tournament,
I don't know what kind of
prematurely
checkmate that was. Really? Yeah. See, I didn't know
Yep.
that. I feel like that we're losing, and it's very obvious, and people see it, but a lot of people are afraid to say anything. They get deemed a shill. I've never used that word. I don't call people shills because I think it's very culty. If people have something to say, they have a right to be heard. We own the company. Adam has said that himself. We are the shareholder base, and we need to be heard. And it shouldn't just be coming through me. It should be coming through other people who built a platform on AMC, the people who are now deciding, oh, I don't talk about that anymore. I'm not in that anymore. I'm not involved with that anymore. Really, that's funny, because how did you get here? How did you get your 200 and something thousand followers then? You know what I mean? And those people just want to tuck tail and disappear when the going gets tough. Well, in my opinion, that's just a coward's way out. And I'm not willing to just do that to the people who gave me a voice here. I am not going to stand down. If anything, the people who aren't doing their damn jobs can stand down.
Yes, I agree. And I'll tell you, Terry, the only reason that I even confronted this morning, I wasn't going to, is so that they can't continue to grift off of my image on YouTube to line their pockets. These YouTubers, man, I never wanted to YouTube. Tara asked me to stream the space calls. The channel is now 4,000 followers deep and growing. We just had an AMC video from the channel hit 18,000 views, cross-platform from Facebook to Reddit, about the APE offering, about October 21st unusual call options activity, which thank you, PJ, for coming and calling me and telling me about that. And November 7th, when we have 3 bonds that are callable that can be bought back, canceling debt and interest payments, running right into the next day, which is November 8th, our earnings call for Q3. These same people that attacked us in the past, David Goliath, whoever all these GME maxis are back again doing the same thing all over again. There's literally currently almost a nuclear Cold War. We're being defrauded in the stock market from quadrillions of dollars, and they want to come after me with my 8,000 followers instead of filing FOIA requests and SEC complaints. It's just insane.
Because you're over the target, and so am I. They
Yeah.
know I'm not leaving the play, you guys. Like, just because, listen, when the 49ers have a bad Sunday, I don't go root for a whole new freaking team. Like, that's not me. Like, no, I hope for better management. I hope for, the players to do better next game. But we're the players. We need better management. We need people to do their damn job, do their fiduciary duty, and quit ignoring shareholders when we need them the most. And that's just the facts. Like, if you can't do it, step aside and let someone else handle it. Because honestly, it's getting to the point where I feel like every time an idea has come from shareholders, the idea is taken and then twisted and made into a whole different thing and conveyed to us like, here's the saving grace. APE was supposed to act as a share count. How can APE act as a share count when it wasn't even delivered to the people that it was supposed to be given to day one of trading? How can APE be an accurate share count when there were 43 million failed to deliver? That right there in itself is enough blatant and obvious manipulation that something should be done. And a lot of people are telling me, maybe it is, maybe it is. Well, maybe it's not. And that's the biggest issue for me is if there's nothing being done and we're just sitting here, hoping as the price of APE has now dropped under $2. This is insane. I am not going to be quiet. That's not in my character. And if you don't like it and you don't like me speaking up to the CEO, then yeah, you probably shouldn't follow me. I'm a loudmouth. I'm not going to sit back and just say, he knows what he's doing. No, this man, yeah, he's run companies. He's never dealt with this. He has never dealt with this situation because nobody in the history of the stock market has dealt with this. So no one can tell me that he knows what he's doing because nobody has, there's no precedent in navigating these waters. Nothing is 100% like AMC, and I truly believe nothing ever will be.
And you know what, Tara, I want to piggyback on that. So for me, I work off of facts. And the fact that I'm seeing now is that APE is sub 2, which was our alleged dividend, has been robbed of over $8.50 a share. And the and the CEO is silent. Those are the two facts I'm working with. And we need to understand that, faith isn't a trade. You can't have faith in a stock. Okay, you trade a stock, you understand the stock. A lot of these people don't understand the mechanics, and neither do I, which is why I go to Spence all the time and other people to explain to me the mechanics of APE. And I just, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but if I don't understand it, then I can't see the people that are cheerleading this trade to understand it either.
Real quick, if everybody could please tweet out the call, since we had to restart, a lot of people are looking for the call now. If everybody could go retweet it, throw a comment in the bottom right corner, the little purple bubble, you hit it and you just hit retweet and you comment in there so everybody else can find the call. But
let me just, if I can, really quick, Spence, can I just read Joshua's comment because he can't come up here and speak, but he's sitting down in the space. I see you, Joshua. Feel free to come up and have a real conversation rather than a back and forth on Twitter. He says, holy crap, here we go again. A group of people that can't wait a few months after issuance of APE. A few months? Is that what the timeline was? When your CEO is coming out and touting and bragging and saying, checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. When in that timeline where was the fine print that said, oh, by the way, this might take a few months? And can you define a few? I'm just curious, like, is it 4? Is it 6? Is it another year, 2 years? I'm just curious. But he says their people are low intelligence, although he spells their wrong. It's THEIR, honey. Have no clue how the process works. Newsflash, it's going to take months after APE issuance. It's a legal process. It's been, 50 days, shaking my head.
These are the people that understand nothing. And you know what? This pisses me off because the way the community has changed its outlook, I got in this for a squeeze. If I wanted a value play, I would have gotten into any other stock including the oils and not technology so much, but including the energy stocks if I wanted a value play in 2020 and 2021, not a movie theater. So if I was holding for 5 years, it would be in a dividend aristocrat, not AMC.
Every
So the whole,
single. Oh, go
sorry,
ahead. Sorry.
Spence, but the whole fact that people are saying, oh, it's a 5-year hold. Oh, bullshit, I didn't get in it for a 5-year hold.
I've said multiple times, and I've tweeted this out all freaking month. I said November 7th is when the bonds are callable. So yeah, we know it's going to take a couple months for the APE share offering to take hold so he can raise cash. I get that. We understand that better than anybody. I've made some of the most popular videos out there right now on the process of how APE is going to replace IOUs from the dark pool and fulfill those and clear FTDs. More than likely before November 7th, because he will want to buy those bonds back. The problem is he's completely silent now that the share price has fallen over 80%. He's silent on it. He was talking about eat crow, checkmate, this and that, which I'm very happy he was being aggressive finally. That's what we need. We need him to come out and say, we are getting ready to do this APE offering, blah, blah, blah. We don't have a definitive time frame, so we know what's going on. And last time that we raised and made noise, a couple weekends ago, everybody was attacking me then too. Adam Aaron ended up dropping the 8K in the prospectus.
Spence, the problem is when you over promise and you under deliver, it's actually way worse than under promising and over delivering. Like, I would have much rather him just be quiet then, drop this thing, and it just be a huge slap in the face to the shorts. And instead, it was an over promised, hyped up deal. And shorts were, laughing and saying, this isn't going to work. And we were fighting them, back and forth, saying all of these things, sitting here holding space calls. I mean, Swing was like battling people. It was insane.
Yeah.
And then come to find out, they're all sitting there celebrating, saying, we were right. We told you guys. And that is just such a huge disappointment. And then to go silent and go dark and not say a word. And don't give me legality BS, because that is false. So I will not sit here and hear anyone who tries to tell me that when they're in the legal process, they can't do anything. Number one, you don't know that they're in any legal process. And number two, that is not true. And I have the tweets to prove it from other companies who are dealing with the exact same thing. The BBIG crowd dealing with the exact same thing. Their CEO has come out and publicly tweeted they have open investigations going on into dark pool abuse. So do not tell me that CEOs cannot say anything, because that is a lie. That is a lie that has been told here to protect Adam, and it's not okay. So please do not, that needs to stop. It's just completely false. Also, Adam did bring up FTDs when he was, I believe it was it the annual or
The
one
annual.
of the, or was it at a theater? It seemed like he was in front of a theater when someone asked him about the FTDs, or maybe it was the annual. I can't keep it straight, but he did bring it up. And he said that they're gonna get in contact with the NYSE, and then we hear nothing about it. So why he can talk about it then, but he can't talk about it now? Like, none of it. I don't buy it. He's allowed to talk about it. He's choosing not to. He's going dark. He's talking about going and watching movies in theaters, which I get it. We got to support the movies, but at the same time, you need to also support your shareholder base. And if that's not being done, it is up to us to say, we don't feel you're doing your job. So if you're sitting here quiet and complicit and saying, it's okay, just give them months, just give them however many months it takes, as this thing, it has the potential of dropping to what?
This is the one thing I'll say. I have studied the APE dividend prospectus in 8K line by line. I do believe it has the mechanisms to work once the shares are sold, once the IOUs are fulfilled, the FTDs are cleared, but that's in the understanding that the market makers and brokers are actually going to do the right things with the shares they buy. If they buy these shares and then double down on the short, it's going to be bad. If they buy the shares and they fulfill the synthetic shares that they sold us, the IOUs, with those, then we'll see price action. But the problem is the market makers and brokers will not ever do the right thing. And I think that may be one reason why Adam Aaron underestimated them on this, which is why I wanted a silver certificate dividend issued out, because you can't forge a serial numbered silver certificate dividend. We could have done a half a gram physical trust silver certificate from Sprott, bought silver from Highcroft, issued them in serial numbered fashion to every single shareholder that has first been DRS'd, and then to the rest of the community. And the first thing that would have happened is the DTCC would have came back to Adam Aaron and said, we need about 1 billion more silver certificates. Right now, I personally believe we are buying synthetics of APE, driving the price into the ground, because when you buy a synthetic, that share never existed in the first place, meaning there's no origination buying pressure from the market. The APE being sold into the market is going to fulfill that origination buying pressure in theory, which is going to cause price movement. Selling synthetic shares that do not exist is basically like a sell pressure with a naked short. So I do believe it's going to work, but we've got to hear something from Adam Aaron. We need to hear something from the chairman and CEO of the company on how this is happening and how it's going. It's all public information anyways. You can read how the sales are going to be in the prospectus, but we need to know the status of it, because we're basing our investment on information that is being withheld by the CEO and chairman. Now, legal this and legal that, like Tara said, Eric Finman is literally out there on the radio waves live on Twitter talking shit about the short sellers that are trying to crush BBIG. I mean, it's just time, man. People who say be patient have not been here for 2 years. It's absolutely insane. But we got a couple hands, so if Omni or Froggy, whichever one of you guys want to go first, man.
What's going on, man?
It's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Froggy.
Okay. Oh, so I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. I personally think, I've been in it for 2 years, and I'm extremely patient, so I might be the outlier to most situations. I collect information, I feel, which is why I like Spence. I listen to you, and obviously, I've spoken to you about your credentials, your stuff. I'm doing my reading, I'm trying to research. And one thing I think we talked about before is a lot of people we don't know. And the biggest thing is the lack that the less that you know, the more fearful you get. So we educate ourselves on how the system works. I think the most glaring thing that's popped up is that when we found out how the system works, and that financial report came out from the committee, pointed out that regardless of the system works, there were no guardrails. Those were dropped. That was more alarming. And this is where I give, I like the fact that Spence plays devil's advocate to keep Adam Aaron honest, but I do like the fact that I think Adam Aaron is like, look, there are people in these space calls and on Twitter, and everything is public, and everyone talks about stuff and what they're thinking, what's happening. And these guys are looking at all this information, and he wants to stay one step ahead. So he puts information out. When we say he has to hear from them, if they know what's happening, if it's that big, if they can waive billion-dollar, fees or regulations and swap it, I personally don't think we need to know everything. The closer it stays to him, the better. He does have to be vocal, asking us to do stuff, and I think in his own way he does. He may be a little more cryptic. And then Spence, I think you putting information out there and going through the proper channels. Like, you asked us the other day, do a freedom of information request. Not a problem. Did everyone do that? Hopefully we did, because if 4 million apes are kind of like doing the same thing, or say it's 200 people, we should have 200 people in these space calls following the same lead. But if you're and be frustrated things aren't happening, what are we doing on our end to facilitate that? Is everyone DRSing their shares? If you're not, if you're still in Robinhood, it's kind of one of those things where if you're going to get up in arms and be upset, are you doing your part? Are you saying, look, I did my due diligence to make sure that I did what I could to help? Or are you just saying, Adam Aaron, you have to do something, and we're doing the bare minimum? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and really putting our best foot forward, because
I'm sorry. I can't listen to this. I'm so sorry. Wow. First of all, it's not our job. It's his job. He is not only the CEO, he's the chairman of the company. It is not our job to do his job for him. We have given him enough information to pursue many avenues along the lines of figuring this mess out. And he has given us back petty little examples of how not to do it. First of all, the NFT release that was given out to anyone, not just AMC shareholders. So the fancy little NFT, anyone can get it. The AMC, I hold AMC, I own AMC NFT, that was for everyone. Anyone in specific to being an AMC shareholder. When that idea was brought up, it was brought up as a form of 14,000 people voting on a poll, okay, saying we need to do this. It is your duty. We need to do something in order to, get a share recall and get an accurate share count. So then that wasn't good enough. People knew it. People called it out for what it was. So then he does this split dividend on the NYSE. The same NYSE that has been screwing us on AMC blatantly, and now to the point that they don't even care that 95% of the trades go through dark pools. They don't even care. It's just that blatant. And the amount of FTDs are through the roof constantly. Then they do it day one of trading APE, and as APE is running well over $10, they halt it 13 times. But we're not doing work. We're not doing our jobs. We're not doing work. I'm a shareholder. My job is to demand that the management do their job. When the management stands in the way of us getting the job done, then there is your problem. We can yell at Gary Gensler. We can yell at the SEC. We can yell at all these people. But if the management doesn't see a problem, as they've admitted, there's no proof that there's synthetic shares, that is our problem. We cannot get past the management of the company and pursue any other avenue until the management of the company recognizes and admits that there's a problem. So please, for the love of God, please do not come in here and tell people here who have been fighting tooth and nail to get stuff done for 2 years now that we are not doing enough. Please. Because in my
I'm not
opinion,
coming here saying you're not doing work.
In my opinion, we have done more than the CEO himself, and he has been paid greatly. He has been paid for generations to come while I am watching my portfolio bleed, and everyone else here is watching their portfolio bleed out on his promises. Okay? And the least
Tara, I'm not disputing that.
The least he could do, don't interrupt me, is come out and say something. Come out and say, I see you guys, I hear you guys, I am doing something about it. You don't have to say what it is, but to completely and blatantly ignore us is wrong on every level. I have put in too much time here to be told that I am not doing enough. And I know it wasn't directed at me specifically, but every single person here should not even have to do the level of work we have done to get to this point when that isn't our job. I haven't been paid. I don't get paid. People telling me yesterday, this sounds like clickbait. Clickbait to what? Do you think I get paid by Twitter to have you click on my fucking tweet? I don't give a shit if you click on anything. I am tired of fighting if we can't win, what are we fighting for?
I think they want us to think that we can't win.
If the people in charge aren't even willing to help us, what are we doing here? I am not selling AMC and I am not selling APE, and I'm going to make that perfectly clear because that's the twisted thing that's going to come out of this. Mm-hmm. When the Niners have a bad day, I don't give up on the Niners. I demand better management, and that's what needs to happen. If Adam is not willing to do his job, we need someone else in charge, period. And I'm tired of walking around it and dancing around it and walking on eggshells because the culty people who think a CEO of a company is their savior. Last I checked, CEOs are here for one thing, and that's to get paid. Okay? He got paid. Now step aside and let someone do the job that needs to be done.
I hereby nominate
so you're feeling
for that role as CEO and chairman of the board.
hold on real quick. Let's Omni, go ahead and respond, and then I got a little bit of.
No, go ahead. I can wait. It's not a problem. Go ahead.
So everybody, if you have Facebook, you should probably go change your passwords. Meta just had a database hack, and 1 million passwords were compromised. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but I really think you should go check your Facebooks. I'm assuming that Meta is going to be having some big problems, but I agree with everything.
Change your password, set up 2-factor authentication.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Tara, that was an amazing vent.
Yes,
you were right about 100% of it all. It was well said, it was intelligent, and I expect nothing else from you. Thank you.
I'm just tired, PJ. I am tired. I'm looking at Ethan's face. I'm staring at Ethan right now. Ethan, I love you. I think you're amazing. Spence, these guys have gone above and beyond to submit FOIA requests, putting themselves out there, and nothing. Crickets. Like, if it wasn't for Ethan, we wouldn't even know that the SEC paid $460,000 to bash the companies that we believe in, the stocks that we hold. I believe in AMC. I believe in the movies. I like the company and I like the stock. I don't like the way it's being run. I don't like the way we are being ignored and treated like we matter when we are needed, and the rest of the time we can just be quiet. No, that isn't how
Can I
this
say
all
something
works.
in response to that?
As shareholders, we deserve answers, period. I don't care if someone wants to build something up and hype it up, then you better follow through. Because right now the follow through has been poor, very piss poor. Go ahead, Omni.
All right. So I think this is going to be a lot tougher than most people thought it was. I've been here for 2 years. I do. I don't think it's going to be easy. And I think we have to stay on our toes. There are huge forces working against us. I think they're waiting for us to get frustrated and to fight against us and to divide us. But they're looking for us to get riled up and get upset and fall off our game. The reason I keep bringing it up, and I will disagree with you that I'm going to fight every yard because I'm not in there. I don't know what he knows. I can't say what he's doing. And from the legal process, I don't know if he can or can't say something, but I do believe that we're supposed to be putting information out there.
What legal process?
I said, I don't know the entire legal process. The fact that we can't
What
rely on
legal
the
process?
SEC.
I'm asking you specifically, what legal process are you
There's going to be a
to?
process of how preferred stock or common stock is handled. He understands that details. Like I would say, I would defer to Spence on how that would be handled. But at the same time, everything you said that's happened has been thwarted. Regardless of how everything's supposed to work, it doesn't work that way. So we're trying to stay on top of our game, but they're going to drag this out. Every stock is down. They're pushing everything to, I mean, even,
wait a minute.
so
wait, did you believe that by releasing another ticker on the same avenue, the same NYSE that's been cheating us all along, that somehow it was going to actually like do something to save us? Like, I mean, I held out hope that it was going to work like Adam said as a share count, but ultimately they've rigged it the same way that they've already rigged AMC, and we're working on the same system. So how can any of us be surprised? And not to mention, we weren't given a choice. We didn't say, no one said to us, hey, do you want us to do this? Do you want us to take a portion of your stock and put it into this dividend as a new ticker, beautifully named APE, to get everybody on board, that is going to be just as manipulated, if not more so, than AMC on the same exact, I don't
wanted everything to work
understand.
just like you. I followed GME.
Of
I followed
course.
HYMC. I
Yeah,
followed
we all
AMC.
want it to work, but it's not.
APE. I
But it's
listened to all
not.
this stuff.
But
Agreed?
it's not. It's not working. That's my point. So where is the issue? What is the holdup? Where is the issue? That's what I think we're having a fundamental difference on figuring out, is where is the actual problem? If the CEO of a company and the chair, he holds both positions of power, which most companies do not do, for this very reason. They have a chairman and they have a CEO, and they're two separate people, because one person holding both positions is a lot of power for one person. If that person does not recognize that there's a problem with their stock, or stocks in this case, AMC and APE, what options do we have as a collective?
So what would you like him to publicly say that you think would be safe for him to say?
That we're fighting, that we're doing something, that we're actually on the case. It doesn't have to be specific. It needs to be something to reassure these people, especially as the loudest YouTuber steps aside and other people have stepped aside and told us to sell our ape and other things. Not that I'm influenced by others, but other people have been influenced by these people. Let's stop.
But what has he said that's not specific?
Let's stop dancing around it and let's stop acting like other CEOs. We have a perfect example of BBIG. They even call themselves apes. Their CEO, this young, up and coming fighter, is what we need here. And that's facts. Until Adam Aaron shows us he's up for a fight.
Okay, I'll stay quiet. I'll let someone else speak.
He wants the victory lap. Okay. We get that, bro. You want to ride off into the sunset. Well, we got work to do. Okay. And let's face it, the guy's run cruise ships. He's run a basketball team. And that doesn't make him qualified to fight this type of level of corruption, especially if he's at the tail end of his career. He's already been paid. He doesn't want to end up in courtrooms. It's just, be logical here.
Let's real quick too. Here's the there. The bondholders are probably short AMC. There's 3 bonds callable on November 7th that are yielding 24%. 24%. The worse the stock does, the better the bonds value. He's got to raise money to pay those bonds off to get out from under this insane debt, in which the debt has people shorting the stock. They are manipulating the stock price down intentionally with failure to deliver, selling shares that don't exist or they don't own, so the bonds value. Now, Adam Aaron, luckily I read the 8K and I understand that there is a negotiation clause on price in bona fide offer type sales, so he can sell it for $10 if he wants. But any at the market right now is going to be $1.99. They've erased his ability to raise cash, which was the entire problem to start with. This is why they naked short companies to death. The problem is our money that we've given the company, billions of dollars, it's not being used to its maximum efficiency. And if I would request Adam Aaron to say anything, it's, hello, everyone. I see that our stock price has been destroyed once again, making it impossible to raise cash. We have 43 million failure to delivers. That is public knowledge, public information. And failure to delivers are an intentional sign of naked short selling, which is in violation of Reg Show 204 and the 1934 Securities Exchange Act. They just charged, FINRA just charged UBS and whatever other institution it was, I forgot off the top of my head, for exactly what we're talking about here.
Barclays.
They're being Barclays, yeah, they're being fined for selling securities they don't own. And in the meantime, micro AMC is getting destroyed. Macro, everyone in the world is losing their retirement money, their money for school, their money to feed their kids. They are robbing us fucking blind by selling shit that does not exist. And Adam Aaron has the crowd, he has the backing, he has the money, he has everything he needs to fight this on a level playing field. Because as soon as they tried to sue Adam Aaron, 4 fucking million of us would be in front of that courthouse. I guarantee you that. He needs to come out and recognize the shareholders that are losing their money due to fraud. And I understand that may take some time, but a tweet saying, I recognize what's happening, we are working on it. Just that would be enough for me.
Does anyone have the Zash tweet handy where they put out, what they said to their shareholders in regard to dark pools? And this was a while back. I think it was over the summer. Does anyone happen to have that handy?
I'll find it because I've been following that for a while. And I'll just close my statement with this so we can go back to hands too. This has been going on for 2 years. This has been going on for 15 years. AMC has been getting naked shorted, and Adam Aaron even admitted it, that there was some short selling shenanigans going on in 2019. I do believe the APE is going to work eventually, but we need to be recognized in the meantime before this whole thing falls apart because we're being frauded with information that is wrong from the MSM, from the market. And it's just something that, as the CEO and chairman, he should recognize at this point. We've given him everything. We have given him time, money, power, and a platform. It's time to swing the fucking axe.
I've given Elon Musk less and gotten more in response. Let me just say that. I've gotten multiple responses from Elon Musk. I hardly hold any Tesla. I've never even been a big, person in talking about Tesla or any of that. I've always been talking about AMC since the buy button was removed. I had 100% of my position in AMC when the buy button was removed. It affected my portfolio greatly. So that's why I came here. I've gotten more responses from him than Adam Aaron, whose company, we've sat and talked about. We've held these spaces. We've attracted many, many, many people to the stock. And it's just that in itself is very disappointing. And I'll just leave it at that.
It's basic supply and demand. If we're buying the shit out of this stock endlessly, the price will not go down if the markets are working correctly. The NYSE, the DTCC, FINRA, the SEC are all complicit in this fraudulent sale of securities that do not exist on AMC stock, and it needs to be addressed by the CEO and chairman of AMC Theaters.
Right. He needs to advocate for his shareholders that are getting decimated because of the crime. And instead, he's silent. And this is not right. We are working so hard to expose this while he's just pulling money out of the trade on a constant basis. And the entire board is. And we cannot continue like this. He needs to say something.
And let's not forget his salary of $20 million a year, the stock, the buyout of that was orchestrated by a union in California. So I wanted him to take $1 per year as a salary until everything is fixed, or step down. That's it.
Yeah, Adam, that's not going to happen, boss. But hey, we got Froggy's been waiting a while with his hand up.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, I'm an MBA. I run. I have equipment that can run trades. Yeah, that's not going to happen. You want to know what he can do? That's what he can do.
And I agree. I agree with you, Adam. But I mean, their compensation has already been voted in and approved. But I totally agree with your statement. Until the naked short selling on AMC stops, nobody on the board should be getting paid. That's how it should roll.
Let's get to Froggy because he's been waiting a bit, and I really want to hear what he has to say.
What's going on, guys? Let's talk about Adam. Let's talk about Adam Aaron first. He's got a net worth of $52 million, made $42 million off of AMC. Now, it does bother me because, and Tara's right. We have money invested. We should be allowed to question everything because we are the investor. We're the support of the company. So we should be allowed to question it. Shame on all these other people that are saying you can't question Adam Aaron. That's not even right. Like, you should question everything. Regardless of what, and I see all the people on Twitter, the YouTubers and stuff like that. They're over there worshiping Adam Aaron. And I'm like, Adam asked for a raise. It got voted down for a reason, because most people don't agree that he's doing a good enough job to get a raise. Then on top of it, we voted down dilution, and for the second or third time, and he found a loophole and basically brought out APE, and he's going to dilute in our face. Hasn't done it yet, but the door is opening.
That we know of. And this was around since 2013. This APE, it wasn't called APE, but this option to do a preferred has been in the filing since 2013. So just so people are very clear, this wasn't something that came from the new ideas that we discussed in here regarding a security token that would have been on the blockchain that would have constituted a share count and flushed out any synthetic shares. This was something that was in existence and in the background, or didn't exist yet, but was already worked in. So I just want to make sure that people are very aware.
Now, I personally have lots of questions about different stuff. Can you hear me? Because my thing's not lighting up.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I wanted to address that part because I see Terrible was like, you could feel that you were upset about people basically coming at you about that. And I feel the same way. I think that since I have a large sum of money into the play, that I should be allowed to question everything, including Adam Aaron. And that's my right. And I plan on doing so regardless of whether people say, because after all, it's my money. I have to protect it if the CEO is not going to do it. Next thing that we should be looking at. Now, I know Spence came under fire from that Marantz or whatever that dude's name is. One thing that guy proved is we should be vetting all YouTubers, not just Spence or whoever. I knew in the long run it was going to come out that Spence is like very pro AMC. That's an old kind of thing. But let the other YouTubers come out and prove themselves. That's one thing that none of them have done. Just because they're on there grifting for YouTube views and stuff like that, they're over there just basically selling hopium so you'll watch their channel. Then they make a Discord so then you could pay them more money so they can make a living. And then you got other ones that go and visit Adam Aaron who now want dilution, that admit that dilution's bad, but because they went and visited Adam Aaron, they're hoping that he'll come on their show so they can get a couple views. It's a shame. Because like one reason why I don't want to be on YouTube is because of the fact that there's this battle for views, battle for subscribers. Screw that. Just squeeze the stock. Let me be rich and I'll carry on my way. But and then another thing, you look at all the good people out there trying to make a difference, like Terrible, Spence, like PJ, even Al from Boston. They get attacked by these losers that hate on all of us for different reasons. They make up stuff. Look at it. We have millions of apes, millions of contacts, billions of dollars, and we're struggling with one tiny little company. I was spoiled when I bought into Tesla back when it was like $180. And this is before like December, before it shot up to 900, crashed, went back up to 1200, split like a bazillion times. I was spoiled at that because I got to get in and see who Elon Musk was. And so I think that this is what a CEO should do. And the problem that I'm seeing here is Adam Aaron is definitely not an Elon Musk. Don't expect him to be. But it would be nice to see a little bit more effort. You know, maybe he's not going to do it. Maybe he's of a certain age where he's like, I'm not going to put up that fight. Maybe he should step to the side, or instead of hiring Nicole Kidman, go hire like Wes Christian to come in and start taking care of this problem.
Exactly.
He'd be cheaper. Here's the next one.
Here's what's funny, Froggy. They spent $25 million on that commercial, and then Saturday Night Live made a skit that was equal in quality, if not better or funnier, for probably a couple $100,000.
Yeah, well, I was pretty impressed when I did see that. But the next thing I want to talk about, look at all the tools that we have that we're not using. We're being distracted by like Marantz. He came out and attacked all the YouTubers. And I did see you guys were talking about Marantz for a minute, which I mean, these are distractions. Like, if you notice, there's a reason why someone like Al from Boston has the comments turned off, because he doesn't want to be distracted on the toxic stuff that's being said in the comments. He gets to focus on bringing out new content every single time, and he's not backpedaling or defending himself. That's what we should all be doing, is stop looking at the little stuff, stop paying attention to the little stuff, and focus on the actual problems. And we look, I'll bring up Al from Boston again. He's got a arsenal of tools that we're not even utilizing. Like, for one, he's got Patrick Byrne, the CEO of Overstock. We could go to that guy. Al can talk to him and get advice on what we could do to fix this problem. That guy knows almost everything about this problem.
He already has. And it's the STO. It's the same STO that I talked about here and was attacked and canceled for. It's the same STO that would have solved everything that's happening here on a completely different exchange, therefore not having the same manipulation that we're dealing with APE. It's already been discussed. It's been discussed up and down. CEO Adam came out and said it's likely illegal, which is false. It is not illegal.
Exactly.
He did not file an 8K saying that it's illegal. There's already a precedent set. It's already been done before. It can easily be done again and better. But instead, we had this, shiny object dangled in front of us and labeled APE. And unfortunately, it doesn't constitute for a share count. It doesn't do anything that the STO would have done. The ideas that Patrick Byrne has talked about with Al, it's the exact same thing. It's called a security token offering. You know how AMC gives shareholders a free popcorn? All they had to do was attach that free popcorn to this STO. And we would have had a share count. It would have been a 1-to-1, every single share. It could have been something even smaller. It could have been a sticker. It could be anything that you could go to AMC and collect if you chose to. But it would count as a 1-to-1. It would be blockchain traded. You would know exactly how many shares exist because every single share that is in existence, that is a legal share of AMC, would have a blockchain number attached to it.
But instead, he gave it to anyone. He issued a NFT that said, "I own AMC" to anyone. Anybody off the street could apply for a membership to the shareholder program, and they don't have to verify their shares. They can just collect the NFT. How does that make sense? How does that benefit a shareholder that's been holding and fighting and just spreading the word and getting their family to invest? How does that make sense?
Real quick, if you guys could please tweet the call out. And I just want to recognize all the apes on YouTube right now. We're live streaming. There's 258 people in the tube. And Froggy, everything you guys, all three of y'all just said, they are going nuts in the comment section agreeing with you. So go ahead.
So the next thing I was looking at, well, let's talk about the Adam Aaron not doing pretty much exactly what needs to be done. I mean, we could address that. Terrible was making a reference earlier about the 49ers, and we'll just use that as a reference. If your running back keeps fumbling the ball, what do? I mean, it's self-explanatory. If they keep fumbling the ball, you have to bench them. And the thing is he doing it on purpose? I don't know. But the thing is he qualified to do this? I don't know either. But when you look at it, you got Patrick over there who obviously has taken his team to the Super Bowl, and Adam Aaron has never done it before. So I'm not saying, you just jump one bandwagon, hop on the next kind of thing, but maybe that coach could teach this coach a lesson, or at least give him a couple tips on how it's done, because he went through it.
And Froggy, not to cut you off, but it doesn't even have to maybe be the CEO spot. Maybe bring a guy on like that as an advisor or a board seat. He doesn't necessarily have to replace him. Maybe he could be a private an advisor to him of somebody that's walked the walk before. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
exactly.
And
Put him on the
I
board.
already said too, if Adam stands by his statement that he sees no evidence or proof that there are synthetic shares, and we are all screaming it from the rooftops and yelling at the SEC and yelling at Gary and yelling at all these other people, but our own management is disregarding and blatantly ignoring the things that we are conveying, there's nothing really in between. We can't, as far as I know, and I don't know how the process works, but how do we go past management who would be in charge of digging into their own, the things happening with their own company and their own stock? How do we I don't think we can overreach there. None of us individually have that sort of power to be able to say, we need a share recall. We need to know exactly how many shares are out there. We need to know why all these FTDs happen on day one of ape trading. Like, none of us can do that as far as I know, unless someone else knows how or, has the means to do that. But Gary Gensler is definitely not jumping up to help us. He's making videos on why we shouldn't invest in meme stocks.
Well, I got a hunch why Gary Gensler's not doing anything. When you got Goldman Sachs sitting there 200 to 1 leveraged, if he does anything to try to straighten anything, he's going to blow his own buddies up. So I'm going to guess that that's probably why he's not doing anything. And I don't think he was put in there anyways to handle corruption. I think he was put in there to handle the crypto dollar that's coming forward, because I think that is probably what his specialty is. And maybe that's why he's in there. They're going to be pushing that thing down our throat here next spring. And if you look at it, they're talking social credit score. It's going to be backing that up, led by pretty much all the big banks and stuff that are shorting us to begin with. So it's like, I don't trust that for a minute. So but that's a whole different rabbit hole, and there might be like.
Hey, Froggy, real quick. I just want to say something before Al goes. I see Eleanor down there in the call. Eleanor is Gasparino's producer. Eleanor, while you're in
I
here,
can't hear. There's too much back feed. I can't hear what you're saying. Someone else is unmuted or something.
I
Or
just
you're
wanted to
muffled.
mention, I see Eleanor in the call. She is Charles Gasparino's producer. And I just want her to know if she's looking for a bombshell story, you can check out Terrible's thread from Friday afternoon about Susquehanna and the connections between Jeffrey Yass and the political sphere in Pennsylvania, and do a little digging there if you really want to do good for what your line of work is there in the financial sector.
Well, plus he's supporting communist China, and she works for Fox Business. They should definitely be reporting on that.
Yeah, TikTok is a massive problem, part of which I've been filing DOD complaints for the past 2 years on U.S. military members using a platform, basically giving away troop movement, equipment, classified information off of their phones on base for the past 4 years, until I think now they finally banned them from using it. And
Now,
Tara, I cannot see requests for anyone who wants to speak. So if your PJ can handle that, I appreciate it.
Hi guys, can I ask a question?
There's people been waiting with their hands up, so I think Al was about to go up next.
Well,
okay.
Let me finish up, and then I'll step down so Al can come up. We also have another person up here that has connections with Chanel Rion, who is an amazing reporter, and I would love to see someone like that get into our group and start connecting with us. And I know there's a certain.
She's an A.
Yep. Oh yeah. I'd like to see her come in and kind of start working with us and bringing out all this corruption. I'm not sure where she's been recently, but I'm pretty sure Al knows how to find her. But thanks for letting me speak, guys. And I'll sit down.
Thank you, Froggy.
Hey guys, so my thing is.
Hi everybody, happy Sunday.
Go ahead,
I just
Al.
want to give. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead,
No,
Al.
Al,
We've already
yeah,
told
you
him
got
there's hands, so he's lost his speaking privileges for the moment. There's hands. There's people waiting in line.
Got
Put
it.
your hand up if you'd like to speak, and we'll call on you. Al, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Happy Sunday, everybody. I'm sorry to kind of come in on a day that everyone's kind of riled up, and I want to just give you guys a quick update on what's been happening on my end. So I have been leveraging every relationship I have in my entire portfolio, my alumni friends, my Marine Corps buddies, everybody I know. I've been reaching out to them, has connections in the legal community. So far, I've determined the following. The SEC typically gaffes off or blows off individual retail investors, unless you get lucky and the request is small and it's very limited in scope. They'll fill out that request and they'll get it to you very quickly. That's wonderful, right? The idea is, all right, to have different agencies within the federal government represent themselves in an interest in AMC. Now, quantify this, right? You have all these different veterans and active duty members of the military, different DoD factions, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, civilian DoD. One of the added benefits of being on active duty is you have access to lawyers, and they're free. They are completely free. You don't pay a penny. They're government lawyers. So what I have done is reached out to active duty guys, and I said to them, this is what you're doing. I gave them marching orders, and we're going to have a collaborated FOIA request event. We are all going to cite, certain laws, which I have in the FOIA request. We're going to redraft it. It's going to get sent out from every different agency, different law firms that are private, different Department of Defense agencies, a couple of cabinet members. We're doing that. That's happening right now. Okay. I'm literally waiting on the lawyer to just finalize this draft. And as soon as that's done, it gets emailed, then it gets redrafted. And on a certain date, this thing gets executed. Okay. Now, depending on how quickly they get to us, I am firmly confident that we can suspend the dark pools with the federal, with relative ease, because the guys over at FINRA and the guys over at SEC, a lot of their data is open and it's transparent, right? So all I had to do was literally just consolidate the evidence, put it into one file, and walk into federal court with it, and they can do the same thing in all the other venues. They walk into federal court. They said this has been happening. The SEC hasn't been doing it. And shout out to Ethan Leibovitz because he's also doing very similar. It's called the writ of mandamus. Okay, now the writ of mandamus is a legal precedent where you can enforce the government to do their jobs, and it's through a federal court order. Now imagine 300-400 of these writ of mandamuses being filed at one time for Citadel, the DTCC, and the SEC. All right. What does that mean? What am I doing? Well, I'm looking for every bit of communication the SEC was third party to. Now, we can't look into how the Citadel guys have been communicating with DTCC. However, if the SEC was CC'd on them, either blind copied or whatever, that's public knowledge. That's public record, and we will know about that. So we've subpoenaing all those things. We're subpoenaing digital copies, any complaints that we've had from the ATS system, from Citadel Securities itself, any voicemails that can be digitalized and sent over to us. We're talking about every complaint, every citation, everything to do with this play, especially coming to the degree of fraudulent activities regarding Citadel and AMC and their ATS system. The idea here is to suspend the ATS system for 30 days and to have them move that ATS system offline, keep it for the rest of the stocks that they're using it on, but take it offline and have another market maker come in instead of Citadel. So they get to stay in the play, tangentially. They're allowed to short and whatever, but they're not going to be allowed to do all the illegal stuff, trying to manipulate the stock down to next to nothing. So a new market maker, no ATS system, and this right here, gentlemen and ladies, of course, is the coup de grace. I found some irregularities with the New York Stock Exchange and the way they do business, right? And their limit up and limit down. I'm going to ask the judge to have them remove the limit up, limit down feature off of the AMC so we could find the equilibrium. So every stock, if it's not being shorted, has what's called a natural equilibrium, where the stock would be trading if there wasn't any bullshit and whatever, right? We're going to ask that the judge honor that request so we can find the actual, the natural respiratory resting area of a stock. And that could be $100. It could be $200. It could be the thousands. It could be whatever. We don't know. Nobody knows. So we're going to ask the judge for that. I'm convinced and I'm confident that the FOIA request is going to yield something that I can walk into federal court with, and we can all do this together. This is a combined arms effort. Make no mistake about it. I'm going to democratize this. I'm going to let everybody have a piece of it, and you guys will be able to execute on your own in your own campaigns. I'll give you limited guidance. Get yourself a lawyer. Most the active duty guys don't have to worry about that because they're getting free ones. But if you have a lawyer friend that you can contact and show you how to file in federal court, or you can watch a YouTube video we're making so you know how to walk into a federal court, file that documentation, and execute that court hearing with confidence. We'll give you everything you need, including the evidence. Well, you should see the depository I've compiled of the evidence. It's massive. It's vast. It stretches back 19 months. You'll have access to that. We will do this. We will hack at them until such time they are willing to do the right thing, which is expose Citadel for what they are, which are absolute thieving bastards. The complacency of the Securities and Exchange Commission and the outright just fraudulent activities of the DTCC. I'm very confident in this. I think this is going to work. I think we can execute on this if we have willing players. But now this hinges on our ability to get along and show common decency to each other. We say some of those vitriolic shit to each other, just horrible shit. That's got to stop. It absolutely has to stop. We will not win if we're fighting amongst each other. And unless there is unity, right? I don't know how this is going to be possible. Now, I'm not going to take. You guys already know.
I don't think that's even true. I'm sorry, Al, but I'm just in a I'm just going to say it like it is mood. People don't need to be united. It doesn't matter. Like, people can say whatever the hell they want. I say just block them. At the end of the day, it's not going to make a difference on whether this thing squeezes or not. It does make a difference if people are getting distracted, like Froggy was saying. Don't let it distract you. Turn off the comments if you need to. But Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to disagree. People aren't going to be united. It's just not going to happen. Like, people have just fundamental differences and it's fine. They don't have to be. No one has to like each other here to hold the damn stock. And I mean, at the end of the day, I agree with what you're saying. Stop harassing each other and go after people that actually matter. Go after Ken Griffin if you're angry. If you're angry at anyone, you should be angry at the right people and not each other. So I get what you're saying, Al, but don't even like attempt to do the whole unity thing. Been there, done that, and it was a fiasco. Let me just tell you that. Sorry, Al.
I appreciate that sentiment. I understand where that comes from. I really do. But as we see, more people are leaving. The YouTubers that don't want to be here are leaving, and that is the weaning out process. That's weeding people out until only the committed remain, and that's us. Take a look around in that space call you're in. These are the committed. These are the people that are ready to go to war, right? And those are the people we want. Now, if we have our small contingent of people, so be it. That's us. We're united in that common cause, and that's wonderful. Everybody doesn't need to show up. I agree with you, right? What I cannot stand is like where people have these fake names, like some character, some cartoon character on Twitter that comes in, says something nasty, and then fucks off, and then I have to block him. I don't have time for that stuff. That's why I don't leave comments on my YouTube channel.
And here,
that stuff.
Let me just say they're the same people. They're the same people making multiple accounts. So just know when it feels like a bunch of people, it's the same people with like 15, 20 different accounts that they're coming and doing that with. So I just want to remind you of that.
And as you guys are speaking on this exact topics, Morant's Rant, who attacked me all weekend this weekend, is in my YouTube chat asking me to come onto his channel now. You can't make this shit up. He's in there harassing all my followers, being an absolute clown because he can't get any views on his channel because he sells clickbait. And this is the problem with the YouTube community. I give every single dollar I make on YouTube away in AMC gift cards back to the community month after month. And this dude is trying to stir stuff up with me for recognition so people go to his channel. It's pathetic. And Al, what you're saying about being united, I'll tell you this. 20 sharpshooters are better than an untrained army of 2,000.
I agree. You need precision, critical skills people that can go out and do things, and that's what it comes down to. We're squad sourcing this. Squad sourcing, that's a term that came up during OIF1 that I've always remembered. We're picking people that have skill sets that can go out and do things. We need confident people of action that are not willing to sit by the sidelines and let others do the work. We need people of action. And as far as I'm concerned, I think we have a good contingent of these actions, these people that are willing to go to action. That being said, I'm not going to get into the, Adam Aaron thing. I brought up Patrick Byrne as a consideration. I talked to Mark the other day. I shot him a text message. Mark said Patrick's toxic. I kept that stuff in mind. I think for this purpose only, I think Patrick would be a good place to start. At least get more guidance on how to do this thing. Now, I tweeted out earlier today, just a little while ago, the clause, and CSI provided that, Common Sense Investor, the exact way and the removal process or anything like that. But you got to understand something about removing a CEO or a board member or anything like that, right? Once it's done, it's 100% done. There is no going back. There's no bringing them back. There's none of that stuff. It's one of these things that you can't undo. You can't even go to this point unless you're all 100% certain that you want to do this. It's not something that is light in anywhere, because remember, this will reverberate across the entire spectrum of the media, everything from social to news, everything else. It will be like front page news. Adam Aaron's removed the CEO, and that might be a huge loss of confidence in the stock itself. So I would urge caution on these sorts of things. I've reasoned it out. I've thought about it, and I have a plan in place in case that happens. But I just want to make sure people know this stuff, that there are repercussions to these things. This is a big step, and it's the biggest step any of us have taken in this play, outside of doing our tweets and stuff. But I just want you to guys use caution about that. That being said, I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you so much, Spence and Tara. I hope you guys can, honestly, I just don't want to see the anger and the vitriol spill out, and just for us to just get along, just common decency, being nice to each other. That's it.
Well, most of the people who are calling each other out or calling me out, they're not calling each other out. They call out me. They call out Spence. They do this because they see that we are making headway, we are making progress, and we are getting, like Spence said, the attention and spotlights on us. They want it on them so badly that they think the way to do that is to bash us. And if you notice, these same people, if you go to their Twitter feed, they have 0 likes. Some of them maybe 10, maybe even 13. And then they say something about me or they say something about Spence, and all of a sudden they have 100 likes. But it's the same 100 accounts with a few people running them who do the same thing every time we're over target, every time we're having an adult conversation. I remember my co-host who used to be on these calls day in and day out saying the same thing. Where's the adult in the room? Where's the adult in the room? And now that the adults have stepped up and are actually trying to get something effective done, they want to bash us. They want to come at us and try to tear us down because that's the only way that they get a little bit of attention. It's not the way. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's something I've been dealing with forever. Like since I came to Twitter, people have been using my name for likes, and it's honestly pathetic. Like there's no other word for it. It's just pathetic. I'll never do it to other people. It's just not, it's not the way to grow. Growing off of hate is only going to stunt your growth. And yeah, that's my final word on it.
So
Tara.
Tara, that woman that we had that back and forth with today about throwing you under the bus, when I asked her to discuss whatever misinformation you're allegedly spreading and to come to a space call, she blocked me. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I've never talked to her ever. I have no idea who she is. And all she's done is bashed me. I don't even know who she is. I've never had a conversation with her. I would love to have a conversation with her if she wants to come in here and talk face to face or voice to voice, whatever you want to call it. I am so down. Like I have nothing to hide, literally. Unfortunately, she, has her qualms with me. But like I said, goes down her feed, there's no likes. She gets no engagement until she puts my name in her mouth.
Yeah. And I'll tell you her main qualm is that she tweeted that she was mad because CV Payne did not invite her on Fox Business, even though she asked multiple times.
I never asked CV Payne to be on Fox Business. CV Payne reached out to me and invited me on his show. And I actually really contemplated not going. I really was so scared out of my mind. I have a huge fear of public speaking. I mean, these spaces are hard enough being on camera and like that, like on national news. It's scary. And I almost, 5 minutes up until 5 minutes beforehand, I was trying to figure out ways to say, I'm sorry, I'm sick. I can't be on. But then I thought, you know what? That would just let every AMC holder down because the person on with me was Andrew Money and he was more of a GME guy. So I really had to just show up and deal with my fear, like face my fear. And honestly, I'm honored that CV Payne reached out to me. He still DMs me pretty often. He's a great, great man and will always be one of my idols here.
And real quick, you know what me and Lou were talking about a minute ago with having sharpshooters instead of an untrained army. Tara, this is why I follow you. It's not even mainly because of the AMC play, which you've helped me considerably with, but your knowledge on organization, social media engagement, branding. You're a next level genius on this stuff, and you have real talk, and you're not scared to speak your mind when things are not going the way they're supposed to go. That's why I follow you and hang with this exact crew right here. And I think everybody is finally coming to the same conclusion at the end of this. And I'll tell you, the bonds due November 7th are one of the biggest things that's going to happen in this event with APE. If Adam Aaron can't raise money to buy those bonds back before Q4, before the rest of 2023, we're going to be paying 22 to 24% annually on that debt. That debt has to go away. So hopefully, when this is all said and done, the APE sales go the way they're supposed to be. They're not strictly at the market. I'm hopeful Adam Aaron is doing this properly in the background, but hoping on an investment is a quick way to lose all your money. I want to know the factual information we need to invest properly in these companies. Sorry about that. I'm babysitting Husky. Him and Buster are fighting. So anyways, go ahead. So.
I appreciate the compliments, Spence. And yeah, I didn't come here with any knowledge on social media at all. So it's been honestly just a learning curve. But one thing I definitely have tried to stay true to is not basing my feelings off of anyone else but my own. Obviously, I listen to a lot of you and listen to what you have to say, but so many other people who would deem themselves influencers here and who have been paid to influence people, whether it be on YouTube or wherever in their Discords and whatnot, they've accepted money to talk about AMC. They have now become, a part of the problem because they cannot speak freely. They have to speak to what people want them to say. And that's why I've refused to accept money. I don't take super chats or super follows because on Twitter, there's super follows. I don't do any of that because I do not want to become a talking piece to the shareholders. That's not my job. My job is to speak my mind and also listen to the people who, express themselves to me and hopefully speak on their behalf as well. But I will never say things that I don't believe because I'm paid to be here or paid to be an influencer. That's why I've never called myself an influencer. I don't get paid. Influencers are paid to talk about something or promote something. I don't receive gifts. I don't get paid other than, free popcorn at an AMC theater for being a shareholder, not a Twitter account. So at the end of the day, I don't really like when people just gauge what they're about to say on sentiment. I think that you should gauge what you're about to say on facts and on truth and on integrity. Like, have integrity. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Don't beat around the bush. Don't walk on eggshells. And don't just go off of what people are telling you have to say. And because they seem like a majority, they're just loudmouths. The majority are very silent. That's why if you go to Adam Aaron's latest tweet and you look at my comment on it under it, I mean, I have over half the likes he does for a reason. People want someone to speak up, and they are afraid to do it, or they don't have the platform to do it. So I'll do it for them.
Tara, wait, I have a question if you don't mind. So you have to get paid to be called a social influencer. So someone with 10,000 likes that labels themselves as a social media influencer is lying? Or they're getting paid?
That's my definition. I don't know the definition, but for me, I would never consider myself an influencer. Yeah. Yes, I have influence. Yes, I have a following, but I'm not an influencer because I am not being paid to promote anything.
Yeah, and that's my point. I mean, it's incredible. This whole grift is incredible to me.
Peach, that's why I don't take a dime from my YouTube to my personal funding. I give it all away because as soon as you start accepting money on YouTube for pushing an opinion, you compromise your opinion to facilitate more views for more money. That's the biggest problem here is people are putting out insane clickbait FUD because they know the views will go up and they'll get more money. And that's why Rance is in my YouTube chat right now trying to gain a following off of our backs. And it's absolutely disgusting, of which he is getting absolutely destroyed in the chat. I mean, just annihilated.
I'm going to YouTube. I got to go see this. I hope it doesn't kick me out of here.
Check this tweet above. And here's
why I love the apes too, is they see right through it. They know that he's been Mr. AMC is a distraction. Go over to GME. Listen, guys, just because I'm standing up and saying, Adam, we need action, doesn't mean I'm turning on AMC or I'm selling my shares or I'm out of the play. And that's one thing that was extremely frustrating yesterday was how many people told me, get out of the play then. Leave the play if you don't like the CEO. Again, if I don't like the way my sports team is performing, if I don't like what the Niners are doing with the team, I go after the management. Like, I'm not going to sit here, or you bench the player who's doing poorly. You don't just give up. You don't say, you know what, now I'm going to go be a Seahawks fan. I'm out. Sorry, Niners. Like, your management sucks, so I can't root for you anymore. No, I'm not going to go root for GME right now. Love you, GME. Always have rooted for you, but I'm not going to go switch horses in the middle of the stream and become something I'm not. I still hold AMC stock. Whether I believe that Adam's doing enough or not is beside the point. I still believe in the play. I still believe in Moaz. Like, I'm not giving up on that.
Hey, Tara, can we go to some hands?
Yeah, I was just going to
Maybe.
say that.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
It's up to Tara.
I'm just kidding. I don't know who. I don't know who was next.
So
Who
I
was
think it
next?
was Sugar, Froggy, Jared, and 3 aces.
Just real quick, so we can get through all the hands and get back to an open discussion. Let's try to, if you have a hand comment, let's try to keep it under a minute, and then we can just open up to general conversation. You said Sugar was up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for doing this call, and I hope you guys are doing good. Sorry, it might take a little bit over a minute, so I apologize ahead of time. But a lot of us fans, we have a lot of things to say. Like guys were saying, a lot of people have a lot to say, but somehow they are just not able to come up and speak. Or some of the people, the cult doesn't want people to speak their minds. But people like me, those who came here, we didn't came here for likes, followers, and we came because we bought a lot higher. A lot of people bought at 50s, 60s, 70s, and we were looking for some kind of people like-minded people. That's when I joined this community 16 months ago, because when I found you guys, this group right here. And I realized how many people like me are here, those who spend thousands of their own hard-earned money, because we came here for squeeze. I don't care what people say now. Last year 70 to 80% were in this play for squeeze. They wanted to make quick money. I was in here to make quick money and get out, and everybody was preaching buy and hold, buy and hold. A lot of us would have sold at 70 and got out. And when I see people now, there's a difference between a cult and a community. And that's the thing. When you don't want people to speak their mind and ask questions, and you try to silence them, that's not community. That's the cult. And when I see people telling people, okay, sell your share if you don't like, who's going to give all those people, those who are down hundreds of thousands of dollars, are you going to give them their money back? Because people were preaching buy and hold for 15 months. And it's very easy for people to say just sell and go out. Who's going to give them their money back? Who's going to give their 15 months back that they lost there in this echo chamber? People calling people name, people being racist to people have been racist, called women all kind of stuff. That's not what community does. That's the cult. That's what cult does. There is good people. There is a part of this community that I love and respect for. But there is a bigger part, those who are too busy worshiping Adam. Don't make him a god. Let him be a CEO. Ask him questions. It's your hard-earned money. If you will make somebody a god, nothing good will come out of it. Nothing good has ever come out of cult. Nothing good ever will. So if you can't even have enough guts to stand up for yourself, at least let other people, those who want to stand up for them, let people be people. Let people think for themselves. And this is what it has come to. And my God knows there are hundreds of people. There'll be people, once you dilute, the first chance they get, because it's just not, people don't want to deal with that mental illness echo chamber anymore, man. People are tired. People are tired of, people are saying, we'll do this to hedge funds. You are killing your own community. You are destroying your own people. And without each other, like Al was saying, yes, we need unity, but unity, you need self-respect. That's the biggest thing. And if you can't even give other people respect, what's the point of unity and all this ape and all this? What's the point of it?
Sugar, most of this comes from clout chasing and jealousy. That's all it is. Any attacks that happen in the community is because somebody's trying to build a following, trying to build a channel, and they want to make that YouTube money. And they freaking hate that me, Tara, PJ, Flip, Swing, you, everybody in here, all the dollars on this YouTube stream right now are going back to the community, and I'm blowing that grift apart. And that's where it comes from, bud.
And that's the thing. If Adam can give shout out to Meme Lord and Cloud Chasers, he can damn well come out and say something good about this. Like, hey guys, don't worry, we are here. Or anything, man. You don't have to be something regarding, we'll do this for the stock. Nothing. Just some kind of composure, and because everybody made money. Adam made money, YouTubers made money, these paid influencers made money, people selling their merchandise made money. You know who didn't make money? The people who really saved this company and livelihood of 32,000 people. They didn't make shit. And it's their time to make money. So stand up for yourself and don't be scared of anybody. I deleted my other account because I was just tired. But I came back because I'm not going to let this fight without giving it a fight. It doesn't
I
matter.
saw the racist comment. I saw the racist comment made to you, Sugar, and I want to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I hope that you know that that is not representative of any of us. I guarantee anyone in this room would not be okay with what was said to you. I've reported the comment. Hopefully, other people have as well. And the fact that the person who started that whole thread didn't even say anything, but wants to come and attack me, who you were defending. It just speaks volumes. And really quick, I just want to say you are appreciated here, and everyone deserves to have a voice. One thing that's extremely difficult navigating these waters is timing. Timing is everything. And if you prematurely do something, it can really have a big effect on the way it plays out. And that's a lesson that I've had to learn the hard way here on Twitter. So timing is everything, but you're 100% right. People need to respect each other. If people are standing by as someone is saying racist things or sexist things, just horrible things to other investors of the stock, you might want to, question yourself if you don't see anything wrong with that. You might want to look in the mirror because you're probably part of the problem and not part of the solution. Really quick, I wanted to read the tweet that I found from Zash that someone put on the call in the comments, just to give you guys an example of what could be happening. And I'm not saying this is exactly what should be happening or what Adam should do, but anything at this point other than crickets would be helpful. Zash tweeted out back in July, they said, "We hear you loud and clear. Zash has recently engaged an investigative law firm to investigate dark pool activity with certain market makers and BBIG and Tide." That's part of the thread that I made regarding Susquehanna. I pinned it at the top of this space. If you guys haven't seen it, if you want to retweet it and like it, I appreciate it. I'm hoping that some sort of, news, anything will go and push that forward, write an article, do something, because these hedge funds are so dirty. Like, these market makers are so dirty. This one is just as bad, if not worse, than Ken Griffin. And Ken Griffin's, gotten all the public shaming, but there are so many out there who are flying under the radar and, not getting the attention that they should be getting for the things that they're doing. So I appreciate you guys. If you've already liked it, and done all that, I really appreciate it. And Sugar, I just want you to know I love you and I appreciate you defending me today. I don't, that's all. I'm not going to say anything else. I just appreciate it.
May I speak for one moment on the Zash and BBIG?
Yeah,
I think we're going in order by hands. So, but I do want to get to you. Was that James?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to hands because we have a few other people waiting. So I think Jared was up next. Jared, are you there?
Oh yeah, I just got oil on my hands here. Give me a sec.
Okay, no worries. Froggy, did you want to add something else to what you were already saying prior?
Yeah, I actually have a small list here of things that you guys have been talking about. Let me see here. One thing was mentioned about Adam being removed from the board or whatever. The only small problem I see with that is it's like, and Al will know what I'm talking about. Once you go to a certain point of no return, it's like burning the bridge. So you only have one way to go, which is basically win the war. And we almost need somebody that's going to sit back and actually kind of direct us at this point. And we really don't know exactly what we're going to do if anything like that did happen. But that would be one thing that we'd probably need. And again, it goes back to Patrick. I think he would be a massive weapon for us because of the fact that he's been through this. He's seen it all. He knows all the all the people involved. So we almost need somebody that is going to pilot something like that. Another thing I was going to say is notice all the, like Spence, Terrible, Al from Boston, me, and like many other people, we're all being attacked by the same group of YouTubers or people that are making space calls. And if you notice, it's the exact same groups of people, and everybody that's here is obviously passionate about the play, that cares about the play, that's trying to, you know, make a difference with the play. And if you notice, it's the exact same people. And I could just sit there and call them out. Like remember the battle that I had with the one, Casey Shaw, Tony DeNoro, even like Bigums. Like you start going down this list, and it's like all these people attack all of us, and we can't figure out why. But we have a problem with what appears to be infiltration, where we have these professional, like, I can't say they're professional. We just have these saboteurs that are in the group. Like, you look at what Rocket did. He goes over and agitates a couple people to go and turn people against people, and he has a very bad attitude. He might be very pro AMC, and he might just be a toxic person. But
I think one thing I want to say is one thing my mama taught me, like, try not to talk about people when they're not present to defend themselves. So I get where you're coming from, and I 100% get where you're going with it. But those people aren't here. I don't really want to get into like exact specifics of name calling or naming people and, you know, not giving them the opportunity to say, wait a minute, this is my side of what happened or whatever it may be. So I don't want to assume things. People act the way they act for unexplainable reasons. Everyone comes from different walks of lives. I don't want to plant seeds of like paranoia and, oh, this person's a plant or here for, and do I believe that is happening? Yeah, 100% I do. I think it's in, you know, certain entities' best interest to pay people to come here and do certain things to kind of tear things apart. But I also think it's people who are desperate. It's real people who are invested, who are, you know, seeing the ticker where it's at. It's a real fundamental difference just in some people believe in the CEO and nothing else matters. And according to them, the CEO is going to save the day in the end. And some people don't believe enough is being done. And it's okay. Like, we can be in the same play and still, you know, have that difference of opinion, because that's what it really is. So I'm sorry, Froggy, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I do want to get to some of the other hands, and I don't really want to make this about, you know, calling out specific people. I just don't think it's right to do without them here, again, to defend themselves. So I want to get to Jared really quick. He's had his hand up. If we could do that. Jared, do you still have oil on your hands? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I just wanted to speak on Adam Aaron's, not behalf, but maybe his motive. And like I hear a lot of people here different for reasons, but most of us are here for a squeeze. And T0 would have been great, and it would have squeezed. But how is Adam Aaron supposed to pay debt off if he goes to T0? So if you just think on, put yourself in Adam's shoes, and what Froggy says there, or I mean Spencer, they both got frogs on their hats. But if you just think of what Spencer's saying, when they dilute, they're basically just buying our shares out of the dark pool, and we'll get the price action like we have in the past. And that's how Adam Aaron will generate money to pay the bonds that are due. I believe what Spence is saying is 100% correct. And if you look at the motive here, you can never go to T0. That's just a squeeze play for us. But that won't pay any debt off. It'll squeeze and we'll be gone, right? Because fuck that company. So in some people's eyes, right? Not mine. But some people are just here for the squeeze. They'll take their money and leave. And then Adam Aaron will be left, you know, without retail supporters like us. And then institutions will come back in and buy it from under us anyway. So the only way for Adam Aaron to pay debt, because that's what this is all about, is to issue APE, because we're not allowing him to dilute AMC because we didn't know better at the time, right? Because there was a lot of misinformation and maybe not understanding. But Adam Aaron's going to create APE. He's going to dilute, in my opinion. And the stock price will run just like it did the last 2 or 3 times in the past. Like, that's, to me, we haven't diluted for 2 years and the price has been going down. So I'm just waiting to see what happens here the next 3 weeks, and we'll see. But if you just look at motive through Adam's eyes, he has to create APE to dilute, to get our shares out of the dark pool. because 95% of the shares are in the dark pool. They're just not going to the market, which I still think is illegal. If someone wants to buy a share, they got to buy it from me because we own it all. So, you know, he has to dilute, because the market's not fair. It's definitely not fair. They're just allowing it because it's such a big fucking financial crisis that they have to do it, whether it's legal or not. In my opinion, this thing is going to blow up.
Absolutely, Jared. And
which
what's
Froggy,
happening is
Spence
we're
says
being
maybe a premium price. I hope so, but they're not going to be selling it for
we're being
$1.99.
I don't think you hear me. Can you hear me, Jared?
You know, maybe we could cash out at 60, 200. Is there going to be a huge squeeze? Well, I fucking hope so, but I'll be piecing out of my positions, in sections, maybe quarters, because no one wants to get left with a bag.
So, Jared, Spence is trying to respond to you, but I think you're having trouble hearing him.
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
maybe you may need to drop to listener and come back up, or just drop down in order to be able to hear him. I don't know what's going on there.
So what I want to say to him is, specifically in that, there's pretty solid, rock solid evidence we've been buying synthetic shares. And this is all by definition from multiple SEC filings. When you sell a synthetic share, what they call a phantom share of a stock, to the open market, there's no initial buying pressure. The stock has to be created by the company and sold into the market, which gives you your first base of buying pressure. When they sell synthetics, it dilutes the price without showing on the outstanding approved shares. That's what's happening right now. And in that, when people want to short the stock and they have to go borrow shares from a brokerage like Robinhood, who is selling synthetic shares to people, you now create a whole slew of people who are naked short. They're creating dual sell pressure on the stock by selling a synthetic and then allowing it to be naked shortage. And what Dave Lauer tweeted the other day explains the FTDs. They are spoofing the clearing of failure to delivers by setting limit buy orders to show the agency to say we do have these shares, they just haven't cleared or been purchased yet. So it's an endless system of synthetic naked shorting and different types of swap behavior. My problem with this is I do think APE is going to work. I think we're going to see price action before November 7th. My problem with this is we need the CEO and chairman to recognize the fraud, because I would love a squeeze, but what I would love to see even more is for this shit to end. The endless naked short selling of American companies down to zero to wrap up their market share into companies like Amazon that multiple politicians, market maker, brokers, and banks hold long. That's my problem. I want this to end. There should not be one synthetic share of any company sold on the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, I don't know who.
Hey guys. Hey Al, I had a few questions for you. So in your discovery process that I heard you outline when I first started listening to the call, I'm just curious. I didn't get the claims part of it. Throughout that entire discovery and the lawyers and the veteran stuff, and I heard most of that. What would be your specific cause of action, legal claim that you would be pursuing? I'm just curious.
Cases, I cannot, in good conscience, say that publicly. I need to have something for the lawyers to work with, so I wouldn't be able to disclose that. I'm playing this card. I'm giving you guys an idea of what I'm doing, but I'm not going to show you guys my hand. It's just I've got a really powerful hand, though.
Right. So in other words, so is it? So I'm hearing this idea of phantom or synthetic shares and stuff, and then I'm also hearing this idea of a Citadel paying for order flow and things like that. I mean, just for the record, I mean, I'm sure I'll get a bunch of tomatoes thrown at me, Tara, but. The same laws and the same body of legal stuff, if you will, that govern short selling are the same things that cover margin loans and things like that. So if people use margin, Elon Musk has a $16 billion loan, for example, against his Tesla shares prior to the Twitter stuff. If they were to do away with a lot of the stuff that's being talked about here, no one would be able to, borrow money on margin, buy extra shares on margin, do all that stuff. So there is a two-way kind of street to what's happening with some of this stuff in terms of just the short selling itself, notwithstanding any kind of synthetic, aspect to it or anything like that.
They literally just fined Barclays and UBS for doing exactly what we're talking about. Like, they're selling shares that don't exist and failing to deliver. They're failing to deliver on failed to delivers. So I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, I'm not sure who was next, James or I think General and then James.
Let James go first. He had his hand up, but then it came back down.
Thank you, General. Yeah, I'm interested to hear what James has to say. He's a big BBIG guy, so lots of good stuff from him.
Man, first of all, and I guess as far as transparency goes, my interest in AMC, as far as my equity position, I'll be honest, I was one of the people that sold. That said, I took about half that, around 300,000 or 400,000, and I put it into BBIG. The one thing I want to say is that Zash is not Venco Ventures BBIG. Zash is a separate entity, and you have to be weary of what Zash may or may not say. Just like the Zash CEO, Eric Finman, attempting to speak on BBIG in a kind of disconnected way. Ted Farnsworth, you guys may all remember him from Movie Pass. He's been the one at the helm of Zash and BBIG pretty much this whole time. And I believe that they have a huge interest in swaying public sentiment. I think that there's a lot of things that have happened with that stock that just don't quite make sense. And how I'm going to relate it to AMC is, I believe you guys have a CEO who at times has attempted to do things in the best interest of retail shareholders. How the AMC APE thing and what you guys believe it to be, or how it's going to play out, whether it be positive or negative, everyone's allowed their opinion. But I will say that astroturfing happens, and it's been around, since the invention of the first forum on the internet in like 1996. And the one thing that everyone wanted to stop back, I'm an old guy, so I'm showing my age. The one thing everyone wanted to stop back in those days is if you were on a forum, that you couldn't have multiple accounts, right? But here on Twitter, I don't know what you guys have gone through, but I created this Twitter account like 12, 13 years ago, never really used it until about 2 months ago. And I came here to ask questions, right? Because I was on Reddit like everybody else, and I got banned off the BBIG Reddit for just asking questions. When the entire time, the year prior to that, I was there cheerleading like everybody else, believing in the play and all that. But when I started to ask questions, when, we entered into litigation about who the actual CEO was, or was there some kind of coup, I got banned off there. And so I came to Twitter, and the one thing I noticed was, like, I wasn't allowed to ask questions. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting my personal information put out there, and I have a lot of health issues. And if you stalk me, you'll eventually find my Facebook, and you'll find out other things about me. And people have taken things like the fact I needed pain medication to get through some surgeries this summer, and they've taken that to construe it as I'm a dope addict on Twitter, right? And it's wild to believe that we can all be invested in something but not be allowed to ask questions about what's happening. And you guys have a more solid foundation than we do, right? BBIG is a very
Let me just stop you really quick, James, and say this group. So there's a group of people that will allow questions and will allow commentary and will allow outsiders to come in and have the floor. then there's a group of people that will call you a shill and bash you and try to cancel you and try to run you off Twitter if you dare question their beloved CEO, their company, their stock, anything. They will kick you out of here. Now, I get it. People automatically think in their heads, if you're questioning things, you're going to get other people to question things and they're going to sell and I'm going to lose money. At the end of the day, it should be more important to not live in an echo chamber and to be able to have adult conversations. I just want to add that. Luckily, James, you entered the right chat here. I just gave you a follow too, just because you've been through some similar things that I've been through, maybe on different levels. But you can continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to let you know you entered the right chat.
Thank you. And you know, it's wild to me that you know, I guess when you pose a question, right, it's wild to me that the response, if we're all invested in this, if I ask a question and this question is easily refuted, right, like let's say you believe that I'm wrong, it's so easy just to prove me wrong if I'm wrong. But that's not what people are doing here. People are attacking you personally. The other guy got called racist stuff. I think I get called a drug addict or fat like 6 times a day, you know? And I mean, I've been fat my whole life. I'm pretty immune to that. But it's just wild to me that you think in the best interest of our investment in our stock, we should be holding management accountable, regardless of the ticker that you're in. And it seems to me that the old adage of divide and conquer has never been more prevalent than it is now. And, you know, that's something that has been used since the beginning of time to squash, you know, any kind of movement. And as far as like everything that goes on in the stock market, you know, the dark pools, the hedge funds, the payment for order flow, all those things are terrible, right? And all those things need to change. But the problem we have here is, you know, an issue that starts at the government and it's systemic and it trends to everything else. And as much as we want those things to go away, it's like asking for politicians to vote for term limits, right? They're not going to do that. It's not in their best interest. And unfortunately, that's the hand that we've all been dealt. And when it comes to this Twitter thing, I've never seen like more finely curated echo chambers. And anytime you look throughout history and you're told not to ask questions, not to say things, it's never worked out for anyone. And I don't understand why people can't just open their eyes a little bit and say, hey, like we need to ask these questions. We need to look for, you know, all the information we can. And it appears to me that there is this echo chamber across every single ticker where if you're not going to say something positive, just go away. And unfortunately, like that doesn't bode well. But particularly back to Zash and Minco, Ted Farnsworth has been down this road before. You guys all remember, you know, Movie Pass. And then if you ask my opinion, like one of the hirings of CEO of Zash was Eric Finman, a 23-year-old kid who bought some Bitcoin when he was young. And in my opinion, you know, he comes in and says, hey, I'm here to expedite this merger, right? Well, if we were going to hire someone to expedite a merger, why don't we hire, you know, someone with some experience doing that? But
Hey,
instead,
really quick, James, I'm not trying to cut you off. I know Spence was trying to keep people on a minute to be able to get to hands. And really, honestly, this is more of a AMC APE space. So, I mean, I'll let you finish what you're saying right now, but
no,
if
it's
we
okay.
could kind of,
What I really wanted to say
yeah, I
was
just want to kind of tie it in and move on to the next person who's got
I
their hand up.
apologize. Astroturfing is a very real thing. Everyone be careful. The fastest and the best way to take care of it, honestly, is block these people because they do have 5, 10, 15, 20, 100 accounts. And they want to sway sentiment across all these stickers in one way or the other. And don't waste your time with it. You know, if that account's a year or two old, it's got 10 followers, just block it. Move on. Otherwise, you're going to sit there and waste more of your precious time. And it does get to you no matter how strong you are.
Exactly. And it's the truth. And especially if there's multiple people you feel saying the same thing, but come to find out it's one person running multiple accounts. So it does have an effect when you feel like there is this strong sentiment against you. But yeah, I recommend coming to, spaces like this, going to your group of people that have a voice behind their face and their profile, because then it's a real legitimate person with real emotions and not just one person controlling a narrative and trying to, gain some likes off of your name or your back. But I appreciate what you said. I think, was it General next, or was it the African nerd? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I think the African nerd is next, which is me.
Go for it, buddy.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. First of all, again, thank y'all for putting this together. I'm a strong believer in this play, but I also strongly want to thank you guys for being willing and having the courage to speak up. Because like you said, we got to question the CEO. Even though I support Adam, we got to question him. That's why I love watching people like Houston Wade and Jackson Hunter, who always ask questions. And I think the prevailing thought is that we all want him to acknowledge what's the crime that's going on. And I think we probably want him to take action on that. But then I want to pose this question to you guys in the sense that looking at how criminal that everything is going on, would him speaking up about this and trying to take action even make any difference? Because it's such a terrible, corrupt, the whole system is trying to prevent this from happening. So me personally, I just don't think, even if he comes out banjo, hey, this is rah, we got to sue them, we got to do this. I don't think it's going to, me personally, I don't think it's going to make a difference. I think if he fixes the fundamentals of the company, gets rid of the debt, I think in the long term, making this a sustainable company would by default end up the squeeze happening. And maybe we'll end up something like Tesla, where again, they tried to short Tesla to death, but there was no rah-rah. Elon Musk, they got everything together, they got the company going, and the shorts had to cover in the end. So for me, I'm just thinking, because I get really frustrated that I don't hear anything from Adam, with everything that's going on. But then maybe it's just his style. Maybe he's just one of those I'm just going to focus on fixing the company, and then we'll go from there. So that's just my thought. I don't know if, Tara, Al, you guys want to speak on that in the sense that is it just his style, his approach that we have to kind of consider in all this situation?
Yeah, I agree with you. My issue on all this is we've seen this 2 times in the past. Overstock, Tesla, probably a couple other companies. The entire market and every regulator knows what is happening with these shares being sold that never existed. The company never authorized. We know this. They're being fined. We've got SEC reports. We've got reg show violations recorded in the past. I mean, hell, just the list of Citadel fines that I sent out from Boston is insane. There's multiple failure to deliver and naked short selling fines that have already been published. They continue to let this happen. The problem is it's got to stop somewhere. If there's no faith in share management at the DTC level, then the stock needs to be pulled. If we're going to be naked shorted and synthetically sold into the dirt to where there's no value in this 102-year-old company that everybody loves, it's got the highest level of viral brand naming on the internet right now and has for the past 2 years, then there's a big problem in the entire world. This is the last chance for any of us to shut this illegal process down. And it's got to start with America, because I hate to tell everybody this, but it's not just affecting Americans, this type of business behavior. This is affecting people globally. They are losing their money globally on a massive level. And it's a cash out so they can cover their moral hazard from 2008.
Did you see that BlackRock over in the UK just stopped people from withdrawing?
Yep.
Did you see that news?
It's happening all over again. Citadel set up their withdrawal gates almost a year ago, just like in 2008, where they can only pull 6.5% per quarter. And if you do, you can never invest with them again. They are robbing the Main Street investors blind to pay for their over-leveraged situation they've created, which is causing not just inflation and everything to get more expensive, but literally proxy wars between Russia and Ukraine. No war ever starts from poor people. The wars always start and are always instigated by elites and the wealthy when the markets start to have a complete meltdown, which happened in 2001. You can look at the stock market, went crazy inflated, super big bubbles around that time frame, and it crashed, and we ended up in a 20-year war. We're in the same situation again, and we have a freaking nuclear Cold War going on with Russia right now, which is absolutely insane. These people that are causing these problems on the financial institution level at the big hedge funds who are also market makers that control banks need to be taken down. They need to be put in jail for a lifetime. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, I think it is. I actually think it's beyond illegal. I think what's going on is a complete systemic risk. I think Wes Christensen appeared on one of these YouTubers, and he mentioned that like 2,500 companies that are being shorted right now. So I just think that what we're going up against is not just hedge funds. I think we're going up against the whole system. And, you know, how Adam maneuvers all through all that, I think it's just something that we have to really think about because, you know, like I said, I would really love him to just come out and scream, hey, guys, we hear you. There's illegal things going on. We're going to do all this and then that. But, man, it just seems like, I don't know. I just don't know how much that's going to do anything as opposed to just fixing the company, getting out of debt, and making sure the company can survive for the next 20 years or so. You know,
Yeah,
but
I'll
anyway, let me
agree.
just finish up by saying that, look, I know a lot of you people that speak up, you know, you take a lot of heat, but people like myself, we appreciate it. As much as I support Adam, I appreciate people like Tara having the courage to speak up, and you guys should keep doing it because you know people like myself appreciate it. Even though a lot of times I might not even agree with the criticism that maybe Tara, we got to do it. We got to have these conversations. How are we going to make a progress if everybody's a yes man? Somebody has to say no. Somebody has to even try and stir up the pot and just say something crazy. Maybe that's Jackson Hunter out of frustration. Because at the end of the day, we're human beings. We're not robots that are just investing in this thing. So we're human beings. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. Keep criticizing. If you want to lash out, lash out. You know, because at the end of the day, we're human beings. We're trying to figure this thing out. We're facing the greatest financial war in the history of this country. So I appreciate all y'all and just let's keep the faith.
Thanks.
Oh yeah,
that was well
let's
said.
go. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people have always claimed I'm here just for followers. If I was here just for followers, I would sell people the same hopium that gains people 200,000 followers, but I'm here to speak truth. If it means losing a few followers along the way or getting bashed or becoming a human shield for the rest of you, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to do? Hurt me on the internet? Go ahead. I don't care. This is my money, my investment. It's all or nothing at this point. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I appreciate what you just said.
Yeah, and the thing about it is a lot of us here came in for the squeeze initially. I admit that. But then as we started learning what's going on, I think a lot of us started realizing that, hey, you know what? Change has to happen, right? And when change has to happen, these kind of tough conversations have to happen. You know what I mean? Particularly since this is probably the greatest financial war ever. So for me, it's like, yeah, we all came for the squeeze, but now we're sticking for something that's bigger than the squeeze, something that's gonna like hopefully fix this incredibly, probably one of the most corrupt systems in the world. You know, so we should all be proud of what we're doing, but you know, it's just gotta hang in there.
Yeah, it starts at the top. You know, I feel like we've all run up against a brick wall at some point where we've, you know, put it all out there, said, this is happening. This is how they're doing it. It's blatant. It's obvious. And then, you know, it stops at the management. It stops at the people who are in charge of actually pursuing any sort of action and, you know, stopping it. So at the end of the day, I think, you know, people can continue to, you know, paint whoever as the person who needs to fix this, but I don't think anybody's going to fix it until AMC does something themselves.
I would understand, and I do completely understand Adam Aaron's discretion in doing what he's doing. Going against what we're fighting right now, I mean, you're going to end up with threats on your life. You're going to end up with friends you've had forever in the industry hating you. It's a big deal. I get it. But the role of CEO and chairman is to protect the company and the interest of the shareholders. And right now, it's not being done in terms of stock management. Yes, the fundamentals are improving. We have amazing catalysts coming up. 2023 is going to be an epic year for AMC in the theaters. But our stock is being manipulated on a level that has never, ever been seen before at this level. And that's why we need action. And if somebody can't take action, proper action from the board of directors of AMC to protect the shareholders that have bailed it out of bankruptcy, then there's a big problem there. And we need somebody
Okay, that's a
in
cool
there.
question. How do we know some action is not happening behind the scenes? That's the only part that, what if they're trying behind the scenes?
And we don't, and they could be. But until we have verification of what's going on, you got to make noise.
Listen, when something is framed as a checkmate, and that checkmate leads to nothing, checkmate means game over. Like, we're done here. Our work here is done. We've accomplished our goal. Checkmate. If things weren't hyped in such a way that it made it feel like we reached some sort of finish line, and then we've just been absolutely decimated since, there wouldn't even be this call to action. There wouldn't be this concern of, wait a minute, you said checkmate, you haven't talked anything about it, and we are getting like completely pummeled. What kind of checkmate is this? Was this a checkmate on my portfolio? Because that's what it's starting to feel like.
Well, I mean, I think I get where you're coming from, but again, we don't know what kind of battles that he's dealing with. Maybe he thought like he had figured it out, and then maybe something happened behind the scenes, and he got. I mean, I get what you're saying. It's
That's
very,
the
very
problem.
valid.
We don't know. That's exactly what I'm saying. It wouldn't be difficult to come out and say, we hear you. We're working on it. We're doing something about it. He did say that in one of the, I think the annual or shareholder meetings, where he brought up the FTD.
Shareholders, yeah, he did.
Yeah, and he brought up the FTDs and said they were going to the NYSE about it, but we haven't heard anything since. It hasn't been put out in an official tweet or any sort of filing or anything like that. So I think, if someone's just going to kind of generically say, yeah, we'll do something about it, and not actually do something about it, we have a problem.
And I just want to add to that. I encourage everybody to make decisions on what they know, not what they think may be going on behind the scenes.
Mm.
And I will also tell you this, there was a whole year of behind the scenes while the board decided to continue with what the shareholders voted for in 2013 and make APE and force APE on us. That was going on behind the scenes too, only we didn't know it then. So we need to be careful when we think about, oh, maybe this is happening. No, what is happening is what we see, and that's a big fat nothing.
I agree. I mean, it's been it's not like there's this, I know that people like to read into things and read between the lines and go, maybe he means this by this and all of that. What I've gathered from Adam is he's a very straightforward, straight shooter. Like, what he says is what he means, and that's it. There's not much else to it. I know people, even on his birthday, when he said time matches on, and he meant to put marches on. Guys, the R is literally right next to the T on your keyboard on your phone. If you're tweeting that, it's very easy to make that mistake, and people were pulling up definitions of matches and all this craziness, and it's fun. I get it. Like, it's cool, but real talk, he meant time marches on. There was no other hidden meaning there. I'm tired of, trying to look for the hidden meaning as my portfolio is bleeding. Other people are coming to me saying, what the hell is going on? And he was very open about people eating crow. He was very open about the pounce, and he was going to pounce. And when he pounces and all the pounce talk, and then he was very open about saying, checkmate, game over. And the only game that seems to be over is ours. Like, we're the ones getting absolutely wrecked. So I think, it's to be bashed and told it's wrong to even ask the CEO to recognize that there is something going on is wrong. Like, you might be in a cult if that's the case.
Also, too, I think that checkmate could have meant that, checkmate, we're not going out of business. I mean that's possible too, and that's fantastic. But it's not a checkmate. We've cornered the shorts, and now you're screwed.
PJ, Tara, people are holding 300, 400, 500 person space calls talking about deriving the next catalyst off AMC's tweets by throwing chicken bones on the floor. It's insane. Or the tarot cards told me this. It's gotta end. That type of stuff is what gives Gasparino all the fuel he needs to call us cultists and make us look stupid. When we are putting out information about the APE proxy, telling people to go read the proxy so you understand it's not strictly at the market offering. But as Tara has said, when you say checkmate, that means the game is over. You have won, you've defeated your opponent. Right now, when the Netflix deal was announced where we're going to have Glass Onion in the theaters and AMC and all the other theaters, the stock spiked on massive volume and was instantly shorted back down. Instantly. So my thing is, do I think Adam Aaron is working in the background? Yes. Do I think something's probably going on? Yes. But I want him to recognize the fact that the stock is being illegally sold and illegally shorted. There are ways to do it without getting in legal trouble.
Listen, he said that that was the point of APE. He said that the point of APE, that it would have it's like a double feature, okay? It would have the ability to act as a share count and also simultaneously be a means to, help them with their debt via means of dilution. Well, if it was meant to help with a share count and we're seeing, 43 million FTDs on day one, when every single share should have been delivered to every single shareholder on a one-to-one basis, then right there is proof enough that people weren't getting their dividend for weeks is proof. I mean, if you're going to claim that you're using this, APE thing as a means of finding out if there's something going on. And I get that people think, okay, so maybe he is, but then say it. Then don't let people just sit here and ponder and, go into your birthday tweet and make up all of these weird things about it. I mean, just say it like it is. Like, we see it. We see what's happening. That's it. It doesn't have to be specifics. It doesn't have to be, anything about details on what he's doing behind the scenes, but he was very detailed on what they were going to do with APE. So that leads me to believe that he would be very detail oriented on this if this were actually taking place. If there was something happening behind the scenes, I believe he would be on the forefront with it. I don't think he would be hiding it. I think he would be bragging about it, to be honest.
Good point, Sarah. Very good point. He would definitely be puffing up his chest.
Let me just say how he was so ready to tweet about how T0 and the security token is likely illegal when we know it's not. There's already a case study done. Overstock did it very successfully and is still using it to this day. And T0 is now 50% owner of the BSTX, which is going to be the first blockchain exchange that companies can list their stocks on, which I think AMC should go to as soon as possible. If he can tweet about that, about something that could have been very positive for all of us and worked very well, saying it's likely illegal and we can't do it without filing any official filing, then he can tweet about the stuff that's going on now. That's my opinion on it. And like I said,
stuff that is illegal. The stuff that is illegal. Right. This isn't likely illegal. This is illegal. Exactly. That is such a good point, Spence, that he could come out and say, well, that might be illegal. Then this might be illegal too. So can we get a statement on that? Because what we are witnessing is.
All right. Yeah, absolutely, Tara. It's so crazy that we always come back to the same point, that the stock is being literally illegally naked short sold or illegally sold shares that does not exist. And the whole world knows it. Every regulator, every congressperson, every lawyer freaking knows this at this point in time.
Can you go over the thing one more time that you went over the other day while we're in here really quick and then go back to the hands, but just in regard to how institutions are shorting this thing and not even realizing that they're naked short. Can you go over that for the people who may have missed that the other day when you were talking about it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard multiple times from very wealthy, well-known short sellers in this community that have come on the space calls saying that half the time when people are naked short, they don't even know it. And I'll tell you how it works. These market makers, prime brokers, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, they see a stock that's going to squeeze, that is not beneficial for their sister company funds because they're already legally short. Everybody was legally short AMC at one point in time. Well, then when we came along and caught them doing this shorting on AMC up to 36 or 40%, they were going to get squeezed out. The way they prevented that was, one, by waiving all the requirements, FINRA and Robinhood. But the second thing they decided to do was sell endless synthetics to the market because they knew we would keep buying it. So what they do is they sell endless synthetics into the market, which dilutes the stock price. At the same time, they go short the company. Now, what happens is other short sellers see this and they say, hey, I want to short it too. So they go and borrow stock. Now, if you borrow stock from Robinhood, you're probably getting a synthetic share that was sold to a retail buyer, meaning you are now naked short the company and you do not know it. So when shit hits the fan, say this, say the APE offering works perfect, Adam Aaron raises $3 billion in the next month, pays off the bonds on November 7th. The only people that are going to be able to cover are the ones who just bought the APE. And most of that's going to go to cover IOUs and failure to delivers. The funds who are naked short and don't know it are going to get caught trying to flee the fiery building. And they're not going to be able to find any shares to cover their position. And it is going to put their fund into the ground. That's how they do this whole thing.
Is that what Michael Burry was alluding to? Is that his tweet about there's the theater is full and people will trample each other when they go out?
I think so. And I'm glad you brought that up because I saw that. And I don't want to assume what Michael Burry is saying or not saying, but he knows that there's people out there naked short. I mean, hell, it happened to Mark Cohodes. He told us live on a space call, and you can read it, where they changed his haircut back in 2008 and it screwed him. What was it, Chase or JP Morgan or somebody? I don't remember. I got to go back over that info. But people who are naked short the stock, for the most part, probably have no clue. Because I'll tell you right now, Citadel as a market maker and Susquehanna as a market maker are not going to put themselves in a position where they cannot get out of the play. They put other people in that position. They crush the company. They sell synthetics. They short it down to nothing. They trap other people in naked shorts. And then they flip their position from short to long. That's how they build their markets. Market makers should not be able to trade actively on the market they're creating, especially when payment for order flow is active. And that's what's happening to our stock price right now. As of right now, no new APE shares have hit the exchange. No new APE shares have been filed as sold. We are buying ourselves into dilution. Think of this. 90% of the APE was recorded on multiple brokers as being owned by by retail. 90%. That was on the dividend week, which was delayed for 8 to 7 days, which is why I said I don't think people should sell APE for 7 days because they needed those shares to go into the market. But what happened is everybody rushed to buy more APE as quick as possible. How do they continuously sell shares if all the shares have already been accounted for in the dividend at that level? 102 million in volume, or I think it was 142 million in volume on day one of APE. It's absolutely insane. They sell shares that don't exist, which dilutes the stock price, which is why we're down to $1.95. I'm not telling you to stop buying. I'm not telling you to sell. People just need to understand the mechanics of what's going on here. Because if we were all still buying and inflow is beating outflow and short interest is maintaining a level that is respectable, then the price should see positive price discovery. I'm not sure who was next on hands, guys. Sorry,
I know. I have it written down. I think it's General Venom and Hollywood. then Hollywood Beach Girl, and then Grand New York, and then Mr. Kilo.
Thanks, PJ. You're the best.
Hey guys, been a minute since I've been talking on Spaces, and just to keep it real, the reason is some of these, I know that Tara's Spaces are, open, and I don't ever have to worry about toxicity. She's actually the shield for everybody when it comes to toxicity. But a lot of the spaces and a lot of the different plays that I'm in, I mean, I'm telling you, people are taking so many hits, and they're not big players like Tara or like Spencer is becoming. And it's disheartening. It's irritating. James Garrison is one of those folks. I'm in AMC, I'm in BBIG, I'm in a lot of different plays across the board. So I see a lot of different communities. I know Tara is as well. I know Spence is as well. I know James was in different plays, but here's the bottom line. I'm going to get off my soapbox in just a minute. Here's the bottom line. If you're asking people if they even own shares in a company that you're in, simply because they brought some facts to your attention, facts now, not hypothesis, not speculation, but facts. And if you're asking them, well, why are you telling me this? Are you even a shareholder? Are you short? Are you long? What difference does it make? Because I'm going to tell you, in real estate, it doesn't matter if you own in the community or not. It doesn't matter if you own on the block or if you own in the city. If you're interested in buying into a co-op or buying into a community, you have a right, you have a voice to scrutinize what's happening with your board of directors or with the board of directors of the community that you're looking at purchasing into. So does the lender, so does the appraiser, so does everybody walking through that open house, because it's a publicly traded asset. And it's the same thing with stocks. Stocks, once a company decides to go public, they're up for scrutiny by anybody. My 2-year-old child, I don't have a 2-year-old child. I have 2 children, but my 2-year-old child could scrutinize a company if they want to. My kids are teenagers. But the point that I'm making is, it doesn't matter who you are or what interest you have financially in a company. If it's a publicly traded company, if it serves the community, you have a right to scrutinize. And if what you're saying is factual and you can back it up, the reaction that people have, if they're truly investors and their money's on the line, should not be to slam or bash people. It shouldn't be to talk about, well, you do this, you do that, or you look like this, or you look like that, or you're from this country, or from that nationality. Who the F cares? That's not what it's about. It's about the information they're presenting you that could affect your money. If you're drinking Kool-Aid and somebody's telling you it's wine, you should be welcoming that person that's telling you, hey, you might want to double check that. That's not really wine. It's not caviar, but that's some rocks you're eating. That's some Kool-Aid you're drinking. Okay, I'm going to get off the soapbox now. Here's
General,
one thing.
thank you.
No problem, man. No problem. Here's one thing that I think needs to happen across the board in the entire market. And it doesn't matter what stock we're talking about. It doesn't matter if it's the OTC, the NASDAQ, the Dow. It has no difference, no bearing on what company it is or what CEO is out there. When you buy a car or when you buy a house, there's a serial number attached to it. When it's property, it's called a TMK. It's a tax map key. Okay, it has a physical tax map key that's attached to that property. The layman thinks about the U.S. postal address, but there's a serial number attached to that real property, in this country at least, in America. Okay, when you buy a vehicle, there's a VIN number attached to it. When you buy an insurance policy, there's a policy number attached to it. When you have a credit card, there's an account number attached to it. There are numbers and serials attached to every single thing that we own that has value in our life. Yet stocks, I don't know what archaic system we're in. The stock market's been around for a very long time, but we're still trading paper copies of things that have no, there's no recourse to see if they're legitimate or not. That system needs to be broken. That's archaic. I mean, this is 2022. We're living in dinosaur land. We have the blockchain. And again, I'm going to just disclaimer. I'm not into NFTs. I'm not into crypto, but I am into the blockchain. Okay. And what I believe is, and I'm not a heavy, what do they call a Maximus about this, that, or the other. I don't even know a lot about the blockchain, to be able to have a debate or an argument with others out here that may not feel the blockchain is accurate, you know. But I'm just saying, if you have a system that can actually trace and track transactions, such as the blockchain is my understanding, then why aren't we utilizing that when it comes to these stock pieces of value, these certificates that don't have serial numbers? In my opinion, every stock that's out there needs to be recalled. And what I mean by recalled is, I mean, they take it away from our brokerage accounts and they take it out of our, you know, IRAs. What I mean is they need to be counted. And it doesn't, and it's not up to Adam Aaron to do it. It's not up to any CEO to do it. It's up to, here's a funny thing. It's up to the market makers who actually are insuring all these certificates. But it's not going to ever happen until somebody forces their hand, because they're the ones that are going to ultimately have to pay for any type of illegitimate certificates that are out there. But every stock share certificate needs to be recalled. There needs to be accountability. There needs to be a number from 1 to 516 million for AMC, for example. It doesn't matter what number certificate you have, they all have the same value, which is the fair market value, is what they can be traded for. It's not like an NFT where there's a number one makes it, you know, more valuable than, say, number 2000. Every share certificate has the same value, which is the open market value. But they need to have a number. They need to have an identifying VIN number the way that a Tesla does.
General, can I just say something really quick? I have a couple things I just want to add to what you're saying, because first and foremost, when I brought this up, this blockchain idea that you're talking about, and the idea that every stock should be trackable, we should know exactly what we're holding, where it's at, it should be in our portfolios, and so on and so forth. That was when I received the most attacks that I've received on Twitter. So I can tell you this, there are some large entities who are very much against doing that. And as you said, it's up to the market makers. Well, the market makers are the same people who benefit from all of this. So why in the world? It's like saying Congress has to decide whether or not they're allowed to trade, insider trading, when they're the ones reaping the benefits. So why in the world would market makers ever do anything to inhibit themselves from making all of that money that they're able to make on PFOF and all of the other things, that naked shorting and front running trades, everything that they're able to do using dark pools that they would not be able to do anymore if there were blockchain, if blockchain was attached to every stock. So that is why I just want to say it is up to the CEO, and it was up to the CEO when he came out and said it's likely illegal when it isn't illegal. There's a precedent set. It has been done before. And secondly, he came out with APE, framing it as a means of a share recall, of a share count. That's why so many people were so on board, including myself, with APE, because of his framing of how APE would work and how APE would function and how it would be in our best interest and in our benefit to support it. And it hasn't done what he framed it as doing at all by any means, because it's literally trading on the NYSE. The same thing is happening with APE that we've been dealing with AMC all along. No different. So, I mean, I get what you're saying about, it's not up to him, but it actually is, and it was handed to him on a silver platter. And for whatever reason, he opted against it and went this route instead. And this route has been extremely detrimental thus far.
And here's something that I forgot to mention before that's affecting this entire thing. It's the options chain. Everybody can see the options chain is the stock price is price fixed almost every Friday to drop AMC below max pain, or what I call my Hoyle's method, which is highest open interest, lowest strike. All these market makers have to do is fail to deliver on certain days to drop the stock price. So your call options premiums are stolen and their puts go in the money every single week. This is how they play the game. They either fail to deliver, they sell shares that don't exist, or they set people up into naked short positions. There's no way, no matter what catalyst you have, even if AMC was cash flow positive, they would continue to do this and people would go, what in the hell is going on here? I think one and the only thing that retail can do right now to do exactly what General is speaking about, where your shares end up serialized and logged, is direct registration with ComputerShare, which is why I think AMC and Adam Aaron set up ComputerShare as the official transfer agent. If not even every single share, if 490 million AMC shares are direct registered through ComputerShare by retail, they would have enough reliable evidence, as Adam Aaron said, and I quote, to go after the DTC and the NYSE. ComputerShare, the way stocks used to be traded is you got a paper stock certificate, right? That's how it was traded. ComputerShare is the digital version of that. When you file your shares with ComputerShare, they take them away from the DTCC holding and they put them on book in record on AMC's list. They can see your name, how many shares you own, when you bought them, what you bought them for, all of that. That's the only thing I can see retail doing to get this fixed. But unfortunately, there's endless FUD out there about ComputerShare and DRSing, and it does take a little bit of effort to do it. But I highly recommend at this point, like I said, I think my theory about us buying ourselves into dilution is very correct. I think we're buying synthetics endlessly, which is not going to stock price down. If you're going to buy more shares of AMC, I personally am going to be buying them from ComputerShare directly, which is super, super easy to do because every share that is logged with ComputerShare cannot be lent out and it cannot be shorted. That's the closest thing we can get to right now with General. Either that or Adam Aaron issues APE directly to APE, a 0.5 gram physical silver certificate serialized as a dividend within the next 6 months. If he did that, what would happen is everybody in DRS would get their silver certificate dividend with a serial number on it. Then the rest of it would have to go out to the DTCC for delivery, but they would come up massively short and they would have to explain that to the board of directors, in which they would now have legal rights to go after the market for illegally selling their stock that does not exist. And that's a simple thing to do. You buy the silver from Highcroft, you deposit it with Sprott Physical Silver Trust. He cuts physical silver certificates back to AMC, which go to ComputerShare and are distributed on a serial number basis, which would absolutely end and give every bit of evidence Adam Aaron and the board needs to blow this whole thing apart.
Okay, what I'm getting at is, okay, how do I put it? I remember when I did have my kids a long time ago, and if I'm mistaken, if there's somebody that's, you know, a lawyer in here, then you don't push your fist down my throat. I apologize, but I remember that there was some type of a timeline that I had to register my child with the Social Security. We're human beings, we're people, okay? And that same thing, what I'm saying is there's reasons for numbers and identifications for everything. And a lot of these things, what I'm saying is that it's not in one CEO's hands. It's in the majority's hands. DTCC, the market makers, they are not going to do this on their own. And it's never going to happen until we're chanting down the aisles of what needs to happen. So I remember there was a time, and Tara brought this up on a couple other space calls, where they were trying to say that we don't believe in the moon landing, that naked shorting isn't real, this, that, and the other. Now we finally got over that bridge. We've got them to accept the fact that there's naked shorting. Now they just don't care to hide it from us, and they're doing it in plain sight, right in front of us.
It's also difficult, though, when the CEO is coming out and saying, I have no proof. There's no proof, you know, that there's anything going on like that. So I don't want to interrupt you again, but that is something that we're up against as well. If we feel there is proof, but you know, the management says there's not, it's not enough proof, or isn't willing to pursue it and find the proof, then what are we doing? How do we get past that? How do we even pursue anything at that point?
And that's why I'm saying, let's not let these CEOs, whether we agree with them or disagree with them, they're human beings and they're fallible to errors or to manipulation themselves. So let's not make our investments, all of our portfolios, be tampered by just a CEO of however many companies we're invested in. What we need to do as investors, as majority. Okay, so how do I put it? Let me put it this way. I used to be a board president of 300 homeowners. If the 300 homeowners didn't like what I was doing, well, then they would vote in a new board president. You know, I was voted in the board president because the previous board wasn't doing what it was that needed to be done. They asked me to come into the community, come back. I moved out of the community, but I owned in the community. They asked me to come back to the community, make a effort to participate in the board, and then they ended up making me the board president. I didn't want to do that. I had young kids, but the reason that it happened was because there wasn't enough change happening over decades in that community, and I was the newest kid on the block, the freshest blood, and I saw things, and we were able to make change very quickly. And that's how I look at.
That's what happened with Ryan Cohen. I don't know if a lot of people are aware that Ryan Cohen, you know, it was a hostile takeover during the GME situation, and Ryan Cohen stepped in as chairman. It wasn't like he was, you know what I'm saying? So at some point, I feel like, you know, if nothing is getting done, then we need someone in there who's going to get something done, whether it's a board seat. I don't know how an APE hasn't had a board seat yet, considering we were holding 90% of the float. I mean, it's a little bit strange to me that we haven't had any sort of voting power or anyone in there to represent us.
I'll tell you, and I don't want to get on the soapbox again, but it just happens to do with the cultism and how people get blocked or shut down when they start speaking like that. Because I said that same thing back in June 2021, and my Twitter got shut down for 4 months because I happened to say something about arrest the CEOs. Maybe we need to look at, and what I was talking about were CEOs of market makers, CEOs of brokerage firms that were not, you know, using their fiduciary duty to help us. But then I also mentioned how maybe we need to look at voting in a new board at AMC. And it was around that same time that I was talking about arrest CEOs. So I don't know if people misinterpreted that, but so quick I got shut down because that was in the heat of cultism, you know, when it came to AMC. And now we're talking about it a year and a half later. Now, I'm not yay or nay for Adam Aaron. Okay, I'm just saying a lot of people have mentioned if things aren't being done, don't keep bashing your head against the wall and continue doing the same thing. Try to look at other opportunities. What I want to get back on point about, which applies across the board for every stock, because I don't want to make it about any particular stock or any CEO at this point. What I want to, you know, because we seem to be all uniting now versus having these little cliques and these, you know, pods of I'm GME, I'm AMC, you're a distracted. We seem to be now in a more cohesive environment in 2022 going into 23. My thing is this. A lot of the measures that have been tried are half measures. Okay. Yes, there should have been NFTs with serial numbers only issued to stockholders, not anybody who could register on an app and say that they're a stockholder. Yes, there should be every share registered with CompuServe. You know, it should be on the blockchain, not only a portion of it. These are all half measures. Really, the only way that we're going to get to what needs to be done is this. We all need to elevate the conversation. I keep saying this because, you know, what we said in 2020, what we said in 2021, it got us where we are now. And now it's time to take our conversation into the next level for 2023. We need to elevate it and start demanding not just share counts, not just the ban to FTFs or naked shorting, not just dark pools are bad, but we need to start demanding that we get serialized share certificates for all the assets that we own, which is i.e. our stocks. Spence kind of hit the nail on the head. Back in the 80s, back before there was the internet, you know, my grandparents, they would have share certificates of AT&T held in a safe deposit box at a bank. They actually had physical share certificates. We don't have that anymore. Okay, they don't want to take that time to do that. They want to make things everything's quicker now. T2, it was supposed to be a quicker process, but these transactions are not being delivered over 60 days, a year. It's now a slower process, and it's actually cannibalizing our value. What we need to do...
General, I'm not trying to cut you off. I know that a lot of people are waiting to speak. I just want to say I 100% agree with everything you're saying, but we've, explored that avenue of trying to get share certificates, and the cost of doing that is more than the value of the stock. So I don't know if you have some other more effective way, or you're saying that that's something that they need to, create is a better way to do that. But for me personally, everything's so digital that blockchain is the only thing that really makes sense. So I don't know, this conversation I think could go on for a long time, and I really want to get to some of the hands on this space. But I appreciate what you've said.
I'll sum it
You
up
could
in
stay.
like under a minute and a half.
Okay. Let's do it.
I'll sum it up here. So that's my thing, is that if we went off the analog method, which was a share certificate with a stamped serial number, then the digital method should be the blockchain, because that is something that is unforgeable. I'm not trying to argue with somebody. If they can tell me differently, then I'm open-minded. But as far as I can see, you can't forge the blockchain. You can't make a counterfeit share on the blockchain. If it's on the blockchain, it's verified. And that's where we need to start putting our shares. And we as a community, Cat Striker, everybody, what we need to do is start pushing that narrative out there that shares need to be moved to the blockchain. And it doesn't cost anything to do that, except to the people that are insuring the fake shares that are out there. That's all I want to say.
Okay, next up is Grand New York, then Aki-san, then Hollywood, Beach Girl, then Ethan, then Bimmer Boy,
PJ?
and then AMC. Yeah.
PJ, I was next. I got dropped and had to come back.
Yeah,
Okay,
Hollywood's been waiting.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tara. So, what I wanted to say, two things. I'm sure some people in here are also in the Torchlight play. And I bring this up because it could be a blueprint of what AMC should have been with the STO. For those that don't know, very briefly, sometime this week, shares are going private. And the management made reference to the fact that there is an over allocation referring to the synthetics, and basically saying those people are going to be fucked if they don't buy it back before. So there are companies that are taking action. And, right now the stock went from like 170 to 250 on Friday, like last week. And we'll get an idea if there is a squeeze, if there is a way to bring them back without diluting the company. Because it's one thing to dilute it with synthetics, and it's entirely something else to just say to these people, here you go, here are your shares. Because he's just giving them, he's cooperating with them. He's rewarding them for what they've done. And I mean, there has to be another way. If we keep buying the synthetics and it increases, they're digging a bigger hole for themselves. And maybe what Spence says, issue something from Highcroft and flush them out before he dilutes the company. His obligation is to the shareholders, not to the company. They're selling Twitter, in theory, to Elon Musk. He can shut it all down in a year. It's his company to do with as he wants. Their obligation, the board's obligation, is to get the best value for the Twitter shareholders. And it's the same thing for AMC. He needs to get us the value. I mean, we want the company to survive, but his number one priority is to the shareholders. And if he's not going to do it, maybe somebody else can. He got paid. His son got paid. Look, the guy is now, he used to work for IMAX, Jeremy, and now he's an investor. Where did that money come from? It came from us. Adam Aaron sold, all under the guise of a blind trust, but he knew when he put the money in the blind trust what he was doing afterwards. So every single person has made money except the shareholders. We've funded everybody else.
Yeah,
And
can I just remind you guys that not one single board member has bought AMC stock in the last 2 years?
Yes,
While we've been preaching buy and hold, they've been selling.
Yep.
Well,
that doesn't restore much faith for me in the management.
while
I'm
the
just
bond,
saying.
while the bondholders have made out like absolute bandits, while they're shorting the stock at the same time, they're holding the debt, making 23 to 24% yield on the bonds.
Ryan Cohen, on the other hand, who did a hostile takeover, became chair of GME, has since bought more GME. I mean, that's the kind of faith I want in the company.
Yes.
That they're actually buying shares. I get that Adam's close to retirement, but in this fight right now, then let's get it done because we have work to do and it's not happening. And I get that he doesn't want to land in litigation or courtrooms and wants to go, on his merry way peacefully. Then so be
let
it
him
because we
retire
have
now.
work to do. Yeah,
Then
exactly.
let him retire. Then
exactly.
let him retire because at the end of the day, what is it? There's 30,000 AMC employees. They're part-time. They work in the theater. And I hate to put it this way, but we have lost a hell of a lot more in the past year than they've earned in this past year. And, all this talk about saving their job, we want the theater to survive, sure, but we're the ones funding it. It's enough already.
And not only are we buying the stock and funding the actual company, we're going to the movies, we're overspending on concession, and so every which way AMC is surviving because of the shareholder, because of the unique shareholder customer base, and no one is caring about any of us, and that upsets me.
And he's flying around like a fucking rock star on our dime. Do we really need him going to theaters all across the country? I mean, it was cute at first, but not when the stock is tanking like this.
And I would be very surprised if no one asks him a question in Atlanta. I mean, somebody has to step up to the plate. You can't just all go and bow down to the CEO while you're watching a movie as you're bleeding cash.
At $2 a share, it was completely just failed to read the room, failed to look at the shareholder sentiment, to do another live screening at a theater. And he had to push his own tickets this time. He had to repost, there's still tickets available for sale. It's not time for that. It's time to go, wow, the APE share price has been diluted massively, and it looks like our company is under attack again.
It's a blatant failure to read the room, Spence, like you're saying. And I'll be honest, after doing some digging and research and looking at what Mr. Flip had tweeted yesterday regarding not just his high school speech, which was awful. I mean, I can't imagine having a daughter running for class president and a boy saying that about her publicly in order to win class presidency. Talking about her having a rash in an inappropriate area and things like that, and using too much tongue when she kisses, so don't vote for her for class president. I mean, for me, that was sickening. But the other part was more recent with the 76ers stuff and just the parading around and, not reading the room, not understanding what your fans are actually asking for or wanting. It's a huge problem. There's a big disconnect there. And I don't know if that's necessarily old school or a personality flaw. I don't want to get into it because I don't know Adam on a personal level. But I do notice that he does tend to push forward certain accounts that have engaged in a lot of harassment, very inappropriate harassment, depicting, Spence or myself very inappropriately with, adult toys and stuff like that. And then those are the accounts that Adam is giving notice to. And it's super unfortunate. I don't know if he's just completely unaware, but after reading that speech, I almost wonder if it's being done purposefully, which is hugely disheartening and saddening to me. As someone who's been here in this fight for a very long time, I feel like I've brought a lot of people into this play. And initially, when I was on Twitter, Adam wasn't. He came around. I mean, he wasn't active. When he came to Twitter in the spring last year, people were calling him a suit, calling him a shill, saying it wasn't really the CEO, and so on and so forth. And I sat in spaces like this, convincing people, no, he is. Let's trust this guy. We got to work with him. We got to give him our ideas and all of this. And then to see some of the things that I'm seeing, and it sort of is like history repeating itself as far as what he did with the 76ers and the fans there. And I'm not trying to dig into his past too much and make it about that. But at the same time, it really is a failure to read the room.
But you know what? It is about that, because for all him touting the success at Norwegian, he quit at Norwegian.
Well, he also touted the success of getting Netflix into AMC theaters, and it wasn't him who did it. I mean,
Correct.
Let's face it, it was every theater now is showing this Netflix movie. Did Adam personally have it put in Cinemark as well and all the others? Because that's the way it's being framed.
They made a deal with everybody. He wasn't anything special. That's what it is. And
the victory lap before the win, the victory lap before the actual dub is what really has me my jaw on the floor. Like, why are we celebrating when we haven't won?
Correct.
Unless he has, but we haven't. And that's how I'm feeling.
He has won. Of course he won. He got, $30 million out? His son's got $30 million out. He got bonuses. He took blood money from Susquehanna. No, Mudrick. And they paid themselves bonuses with that money. And then we paid for it through the dilution.
Let's not forget that we're literally in the next month getting ready to settle a lawsuit against Adam Aaron, Mudrick, or Wanda Group, and some of the other board members for what they did back in, I think, 2016 when they did the $1.55. They raised capital, they sold a bunch of debt, and then they gave everybody a $1.55 special dividend. That was insane. When you're in debt and the theaters are Medicare at best, and you sell debt to pay yourself a dividend, that is a crush to the stockholders. You might get maybe a couple $100 in your or say $1,000 dividend for your shares, but you've just diluted the price like insane.
Sure.
They're getting ready now to settle that for $17.5 million because Linda Lau sued on behalf of AMC to protect the company from what the board members did to it.
This ape is clearly against what we voted for. Basically, he gave us all a big fuck you. We said we don't want more shares. So he decided he's doing something unprecedented, where preferred shares are the same exact value as common with voting rights. That's not what preferred shares were supposed to be. We were supposed to be safe from dilution. And the checkmate, like Tara said, is against us. 100%. How can we feel any other way? Basically, we told him no dilution, and checkmate, I'm doing it anyway. Fuck you.
In Adam's defense, I don't think he could have predicted necessarily that they were going to do, have the 43 million failure to delivers, that they were going to halt the stock as it was running 13 times, but let it massively drop. I don't think he could have predicted that. But what he could have predicted by listening to us is that by using the same exchange that has been doing this all along with AMC, he is opening it up to happen again. And that's exactly what occurred.
All that needed to happen is what General literally was talking about. We needed a 1-to-1 dividend that was serialized. You can give anything. You can give a dog turd as a dividend, literally. It does not matter. He could have created NFTs that were all serialized on the blockchain and issued them to the legally owning shareholders of AMC. The DTCC could have said, well, we can't deliver that, so we have a problem. There's no faith in share management. Or he could literally have the silver dividend idea is a true checkmate. If you had physical silver certificates that are serial numbered, 0.5 grams, so it's not that expensive, you're buying directly from Highcroft, which is an investment. You're invested in that company with your partner Sprott, who can create those types of certificates, issue them back to AMC. They give them to Computer Share. Computer Share issues them out to direct shareholders. Then they go to the DTC. The DTC says, We need 1.5 billion more of these. Not only does that break the market apart, that's fraudulent, you now have a dividend that will increase in value over time, making the company an absolute win for any institution in the world. Who isn't going to want a precious metals dividend? It's just crazy. Every year, you develop another dividend at a set price with your partner company, and you issue serial numbered certificates for physical silver. And if you ever want to go cash those in, you send it in and they send you your silver. It's a complete just end to everything. But the APE, the problem with APE, I still personally believe it will work to our advantage, although it probably could very well limit the squeeze, right? We will see price improvement because when they sell APE to the institutions who have sold synthetics, they can now fill those synthetics with real shares with the originating buying pressure that never existed. They pull that stuff off of the dark pool and they put it to the lit exchange, and your brokers will now get delivered proper shares of AMC, which will cause price improvement.
Not that much.
Hey, really quick, I've never had the opportunity to speak with Ethan, and I really, really want to hear what he has to say because he came up here and he is the guy. He is the man who did the FOIA request.
I appreciate you giving me the time, Tara. I'll step down to listener. Or
that was all Spence. But thank you, Hollywood. It's always good to hear from you.
Okay, thanks. I don't know how. Put me down. I don't know how. I'm on.
Okay. And stay strong, girl. We're all in this together. We're all going to win in the end. And I truly do believe that. Let's see. Oh, did Ethan leave? Did Ethan go?
I've been trying to bring him up for a while. He was up here a minute ago.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear what he had to say. He probably had to dip out and do something. I'll DM him if he can come back. Hopefully he does.
I'll finish on what I was saying. This process of filling these IOUs with the new APE shares. Once it's done,
really quick. Wait, Spence, time out. Really quick. Can I say something really fast?
Yeah.
I'm horrible today. I just want to say there are 420 people in here, and it would be really amazing if everyone retweeted this space if they haven't done so already. Or you can hit the little comment icon in the bottom right corner and comment there. You can also retweet there. You could hit the share icon at the top and share there. That way more people can come in here
I can't hear
and
anyone.
hear what's
Can
being
anyone
said. Yeah, we can hear you. I don't think he can hear me. I'll mute everyone, and Spence, you're up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Where'd he go? Whoever was just up here asking if we can hear you request to speak. There you are. Okay. Once they do this with APE, once these IOUs are filled or partially filled, you'll see price increase. That's guaranteed. But what's going to happen is now all the APE out in the market is going to sit there, and these institutions are going to wait to have it converted. That way they can go cover their AMC IOUs too. The problem is they can continue to do this forever. They can continue this process all over again. If the stock runs to 70, they can synthetically sell it and short it right back down to $5 again, and that's not healthy for the company. The true health for the company will be to get these institutions to stop selling synthetic shares of AMC, which is going to take action from the board of directors and Adam Aaron. If they do not, they can still take this company to bankruptcy in the blink of an eye. This process, if retail investors decide that this isn't working anymore, the company's gone. They have to get a mechanism to stop the synthetic sales of AMC shares and APE shares before it is too late. A, either before they blow up the entire stock market, or B, before they get greedy and shove this thing so far into the dirt that we end up with zero value. That's the problem. This isn't a checkmate. This is we're going to sell you shares. We're going to make some money. You're going to close some of your positions, and then we're right back where we started. That's what's going to happen with this. I have no clue who is next on hands, guys.
I know. It was Akisan. AMC, APE, then Adam.
Hi, everybody. This is my first time speaking up. I usually, staying quiet, but I felt I need to speak up. So, first of all, thanks Spence and Tara and PJ for hosting great space call, and also thanks Spence and Al for serving the country. And I just want to make some, announcement. I am in touch with Naked Truth, like a organization, and try to bring Wes Christian and Dave Wagner. He's a CEO of the Share Intel company, and Q&A session with them. And right now, still planning stage, but possibly we're gonna have Q&A with Dave and Wes this coming Thursday. And some of the questions that I would like to ask Wes is like, as like Spence and Tara was stating, we have plenty of evidence of naked shorting and the dark pool abuse, and even Gary Gensler stated more than 90% of buying in transaction going to the dark side, and there is a law to stop dark pool. Gary Gensler can stop dark pool, but why he's not using this law to stop dark pool? Why he doesn't suspend the dark pool? And I would like to ask this question to Wes: is there any way we can make a legal action against regulator, including SEC, Gary Gensler? That's one question I would like to ask Wes. And another question is, I would like to ask Wes, is there any way we can make Adam Aaron and board of director to conduct reconcile share count using share intel? And another thing is, I would like to find out, ask Dave, how reliable share intels, like a data, reconcile share count. Can we use their data against legal action? Can we use their data against bad actor at the court?
Akizan, what's funny is I've talked to Wes Christian too. And the main feedback I got was that the board of directors will not even return messages to Share Intel because for some reason they do not want them in looking at the flow of stock for AMC. Now that's a pretty big problem for me, considering that Wes Christian said they would do this for no upfront cost if discovery was found. And even if there was a cost, it's only like $37,000.
And I will add that this is going on for almost the last year. And the only way we can get the data that we need is in this manner is if Share Intel puts their software on the company's computer. So that tells me that the company, whoever's watching their shares, their share flow, whether it's Adam Aaron or Merriweather or whoever, they know exactly what's happening and how it's happening.
Yeah.
And that is driving me crazy.
Adam Aaron talked publicly in front of a theater full, just not even 2 months ago, talking about how the volume of AMC was traded like 25 times over in the period of a single day on January 27th. They know there is no possible way that happens if the base of outstanding shares is set. There's no possible way. So they know what's going on. It's been 2 years of basic fundamental company improvement, which I'm very proud of. That is something they've done well, and it's mainly because of us, because of the viral sensationalism of AMC. In 2019, nobody cared what movie theater they went to. Now people care. They want to go to AMC. The branding is there. We've got new revenue streams coming out. The movie theater production quality is getting ready to boost. Actors are coming back. Tom Cruise is doing a phenomenal job, which I hear now he wants to go into outer space for a movie. But this illegal activity is going to continue until it is stopped, and it's got to start mainly, one, with us, but two, the board of directors and Adam Aaron have to make a stand and make a statement against what's going on. And part of the way you can do that is to get the, and I quote, reliable information on naked short selling that is happening on AMC by using Share Intel's platform.
Right. And for some reason, they are against that. And I just looked at my notes. It was last March that I originally contacted Share Intel to find out if we could hire them to investigate the tape. And that's when I was told how it works. It is absolutely insane to me that this man can complain about naked shorting in 2019, and then when we expose everything, say that he doesn't have evidence that it's happening. Well, hire Share Intel and get that evidence. But for some reason, he does not want to.
So I would like to ask, can we ask, can you represent us and send demand letter to board of director and LMRN?
I would like
reconcile account.
I'm
and
sorry.
if doesn't, and also another thing is I would like to ask AMC board of director is ignoring our question. Lots of media, they are spreading false information about AMC, and they are devaluing AMC. And has AMC sent any cease or desist letter to some of the bad journalists and media who are spreading false information to
Adam
protect?
Aaron just tweets choke on that. I would like to know if there's a cease and desist too. That's a very important question. And I think that you should ask Wes that. And you know what? I'm going to back you up when you ask Wes. I want a letter, if he will, directly to Adam Aaron demanding a reconciled share count. That's what I want at this point. I have been talking about reconciled share counts for a year. And here we are at $8 a share in total. And we're still talking about it. That's it. I'm very interested in this space call. I am very interested to advocate for Wes to send whatever we can send officially and legally to Adam Aaron.
So lastly, again, I'm trying to be quiet very soon, but we are trying to organize, again, space call with Wes and Dave at Share Intel. And we are, for the Naked Truth is helping us. If you have a question, some of the question you would like to ask to Dave or Wes, please send a direct, like a tweet to them, ask them a question, send a message to them. Some of the question we would like to, some of the great question we would like ask them, and we would like to get their response as well.
They have a fiduciary duty to respond to that too, because a share count is directly correlated to voting rights, not just your value, but voting rights.
I have contacted the Investor Connect multiple times, and then about a share recount, a share reconciled share count, and then when I say when I have my lawyer, when one of my friends who's an attorney writes a letter for me to send to Adam Aaron, I send it off on my behalf. And I tweet that, it gets like 300 likes, and then suddenly he follows me that day because he has his eye on what's going on. So I don't think that he doesn't know what's going on.
Here's the crazy thing, PJ, with voting rights and share counts, is Adam Aaron spoke and tweeted about how important it was for everyone to get their proxies. And if you did not get your proxy for the last annual, to contact, what is it, DK King or something like that, whoever the facilitator of our proxy votes is. I've been holding the stock since January of 2021, and I never got my proxy material from Fidelity. I've gotten all my other proxies. I got my proxy material from ComputerShare, but not from Fidelity. So those shares were not counted in this latest proxy vote. That's crazy for him to identify that and say, if you don't get your proxy, you need to let us know. And I did. And I got nothing back from the proxy agent, and I got nothing back from AMC Theaters on why I wouldn't have received my proxy for my other brokerage accounts.
What's a proxy? So the way that they hide this fact that there are naked shorting, that there are synthetic shares going on, is a lot of our brokerage firms, which have a fiduciary to represent us, to represent our assets. A lot of what these brokerage firms do, if you check your TOS, and I don't know which ones do it and which ones don't, what they do is they secure your voting rights in their firm's hands. They don't send you a proxy. They keep the shares in their brokerage firm's name and they vote on your behalf, yet they don't ask you how you want to vote. What they're really doing is they're voting on their own behalf.
Two more things that I will be quiet. Number one, AMC and a board of director or investor relation, they are not responding to our email at all these days, and I'm not happy about it. And lastly, we are planning on this space call this coming Thursday evening, but no promise, no guarantee. We're doing our best, but some of the schedule is very difficult to coordinate. So more to come if we can coordinate this space call. Thanks.
Thank you, Aki-san. That was very good. Now I'll be attending that space call as well because I would like to follow up with Wes as well on the conversation I had. If you see, part of the problem why I don't think they want share intel watching the stock flow is because of the lawsuit that is currently being settled. There was a huge problem back in 2016 through 2019, if not before, with really strange things happening on the AMC board of directors. There was special dividends being given out. Wanda was selling stock, buying stock. There was all kinds of crazy things happening. So if they do not want share intel in there, they should tell us why. They should say, we all know you have requested for share intel to watch our stock flow. We're not doing it because of this. That's the thing. There's so many unanswered questions at this point in time when we've given AMC billions of dollars and Adam Aaron has had the potential to become a multimillionaire, $30 million sold in stock, whatever it was, the other board members. I called out Stephen Colanero way back when I just started on Tara's space calls about his involvement with Radio Shack and Blockbuster. And then 3 to 6 months later, they're pushing him off of the board of directors after he sold every single bit of stock he owned at over $20 a share. So there's just a lot of questions that need answered.
Really quick, I just wanted to say I did pin a nice, lovely poll at the top if anyone wants to go vote on that. I love Ape Radio. I think they're super wonderful. I just think that it needs a fair audience of people voting if we're gonna do polls where we're pitting different space calls against each other, which is absolutely silly. You do you, boo. Like, we got our thing going on over here. You guys are free to do what you like over there. No one's stopping you, and no one's trying to promote not going to listen to you guys. It's absolutely bizarre. I don't know why every time we have important things to share, that's when people freak out and really don't want anyone hearing what we have to say.
Because
it's very, very strange.
There's people in this community that I have a really good feeling are very bad actors. They want us to be dumb, silent, and stupid. They want us to sit here and not ask questions. They don't want us getting up off the couch. They want to sit here and continue the grift of, yes, trust the process, which we've been doing for 2 years, and now our stock is at all-time lows. It's absolutely insane. While they're on that radio show, they are conducting themselves in such a derogatory manner, making racist statements and posting absolutely just disgusting memes and pictures of people in the community once again.
And it saddens me how many people go into Ape Radio. I don't believe that any one of them are holding shares anymore.
No, it doesn't sadden me at all because it's less people muddying the waters over here, to be honest, because they're the same people who want to sit in a speaker position but don't really have much to add. And look at the amount of people coming up here today sharing, working in a positive direction. We're not here to talk about each other. We're here to talk about the stock. We're here to talk about the stock market and how we can better things for not only ourselves, future generations as well. But I don't know who, PJ or Spence, were you paying attention to whose hand was was next.
I should. I'm being a bad host. I think PJ, you had it right.
I guess that's me. I've been here for a while.
Yes. I'm sorry. It is you, Grand New York.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, PJ. No, finally, I heard something that I believe. You know, I kind of was. First and foremost, thank you very much for the opportunity to, to express my mind. I was going to say something here. I don't know if I say because somebody might feel hurt, but whatever. I don't know if you guys have played sports, for example, but there are two ways to view the game. One, from inside of the field when you're playing, and the other one is as a spectator. I am foreigner. I don't need to say that because my accent already tells you guys. But I've seen, here's the thing. Which country is the one that has the most mass murders? Which country is the one people are killing each other the most? Which country that has the most serial killers? Which country has the most racism? Which country there is the most discrepancy between rich and poor? Whatever, the end is, which is the most corrupt country in this entire world? I thought was my country, but United States beats Brazil by far.
I was going to say that. I was going to say, is it Brazil? LOL.
No, United States beats Brazil by far. Because which country being more present in wars? Which country spies more, not just other countries, but its own citizens? Come on already, right? Okay.
Well, I'll say Russia. How about we go with that? Because
that's don't feel hurt, but I think it's the United States by far. Which country has the biggest debt in the world?
Can I just ask if this is going somewhere? I'm just curious because we have a lot of hands and we have a lot of people waiting to discuss AMC stock.
I'm going to get there. I'm going.
You know what?
Yeah, let's try to get on with it.
If you don't like the
you
United
can,
States
please.
of America, leave it. Bye. Leave. Yes, we have problems, but I'll tell you right now, South America has more problems than any country I've ever seen in my entire life. That's why people are leaving it and coming to the United States. Even with our problems, we're still one of the safest havens for immigrants to come in the world. That's why we have one of the largest immigration inflows ever. So if we're going to bash countries, don't come up here. That's not what this space call is about. This space call is about trying to figure out how to end the fraud that is a global disaster from the elites in the financial system.
Yeah, we're all green. We're all from the country of money. That's all it needs to be about. We don't need to be talking about ethnicities, nationalities, or, we're just all green is what we are.
All right, I'm not sure who was waiting next, but you guys got it. I'm tired.
It's AMC. I think AMC APE. I think he's been waiting, or she's been waiting for some time now.
Yes, I have. Yeah. So, Spence, I've been following you on pretty much whatever this place and YouTube for a while, and you've kept mentioning DRSing. So I finally got around to actually calling Fidelity, and I was just going to do a handful of my shares. And looking back at the conversation, I feel like he talked me out of doing it, but
they don't want you to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was, cause I was like, yeah, I'll just do a few at first, and then I'll just kind of, see how it feels.
They can't loan your shares out if they don't have control of them.
And that's what I thought, that Fidelity didn't do that, but
they say they don't.
He told me the thing that really got me was he told me that if I do computer share or DRS, whatever, that when I go to sell, the cost of selling could it could cost more than my gains, and that that was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's there's a minimum, like when you sell, you might incur like a minimum fee of like $25 or the commission of what it is to sell. Basically, computer share works like how brokerage is used to, where you had to pay commission. But if, say, the stock goes to $30, you're going to pay your $25 min to sell plus like maybe 50 cents or 10 cents. I think it's 5 cents a share. I got to go look at it. I'm pretty sure it's 5 cents a share. You're going to pay a commission. If you're selling 10 shares and it goes to $5, yeah, you're going to incur maybe a $25 cost to sell. But if you're selling 10 shares at $100 a pop, then you're not going to lose more in the cost to sell than you're going to make. I think these brokers are all giving everybody a hard time about computer share because they know once those shares are logged in computer share on AMC books, they're not in the hands of the DTCC anymore, meaning they can't be lent out, they can't be shorted. And if the entire float gets logged, that is a reconciled share count 100%.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was pretty much the extent of what I was going to say, because that kind of freaked me the fuck out when he said that. And fuck, my wife's calling. Yeah, that was pretty much it. All right. I'll still be on the call, but I got to talk to my wife.
Thanks, man. Great question too. That's part of the biggest problem right now is just the immense FUD around computer share. I mean, I don't buy any more AMC from a traditional brokerage. I have $100 AMC purchase every month through computer share, and I know that I get 100% registered, authorized, legal shares of AMC. That's why computer share is always the first ones to get their proxies and their dividends.
Can I say a few things and ask a question? I think I got disconnected and got connected. I was trying to speak.
I can't even see who's actually speaking right now. I think, hey, if the call drops, it's not me. Okay, everybody.
Adam was waiting for a long time.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I mean, everyone said a lot of what I wanted to kind of say, but I will say that, you know, from, you know, I'm in the computer cyber industries, and you know, we keep watching as best as we can with, and you know, there's ways that we have at looking at, like, you know, and how they're doing it, and they're definitely getting out. They're not buying. They're sure. I mean, they, you know, there's so much shady stuff happening right now. Puts, calls. That's not shady. I mean that's something that is legal. Covered calls. Like just saying, like, but like they're still making money through. I don't even want to go down this direction, but it at the end of the day, it's messing with us. But they have a fiduciary responsibility as chairman and CEO of a company and the board of directors. They all do. To every single stockholder, every person that owns stakeholder. So the fact that they're not answering it tells me enough. Like right there, I know. Like they're not answering probably because they don't know what to say, or it, you know, who knows, they're worried about it. It's a number of things, but you know, they probably have some PR firm advising them, you know, to not answer. And it's ridiculous, but I can tell you that the cybersecurity community is definitely, the ethical cybersecurity community is watching this very closely, especially us that are invested in this. And, you know, uh,
Adam, I'm not trying to cut you off, but there's so many
yeah.
people waiting. I just
Yeah,
kind of
no,
want
I
to
was just gonna
keep
say,
going.
like, I was just gonna say, like, it should be about like maybe a week to 2 weeks more. I think until we have enough data points, to have, to give you to give some information, to give real empirical data
Right. I
back.
get what you're saying, Adam. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. Let's move. I want to really get to the next people. I don't know how long Spence's phone is going to be able to hold up on the space. So I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming up here. The best says that he got dropped. What's that?
Let's try to do a speed round on the hands too.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me ask a question.
Hold on. Who's talking right now?
It's my bestest. Yeah.
No, wait. Put your hand up and wait your turn.
I just said he got dropped, so I was telling him to go for it.
Okay.
I got dropped multiple times. Yeah.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So what I was saying is, since last year, I think we've seen a lot of manipulation and collusion among, brokers and, SEC, all the agencies, FINRA, SEC and DOJ, all these folks, right? So I was reading an article about short selling last week about that RICO Act. And that RICO Act was mentioning about going after this collusion of short sellers. And everything that we saw in terms of outcome out of all those, things that we've been following has been completely, like a watered down stuff, right? Nothing solid that would fix this problem for AMC or GME. What it appears to me is that there has been collusion among even the company board and company, including Adam Aaron. Because if you recall last year, after the June run-up, there is that a share, I think, collection or share, counting or, registration process, just for the shareholders to go online. It's called Say Technologies or one of the companies. And then Adam Aaron, I believe, has told us to go and register ourselves in that company. If I'm correct, am I right or not?
It wasn't necessarily that he told us to go register. Somebody came up with the thought process that when we dropped our comments for the proxy, that if everybody who held the stock, because you can't get in there unless you actually have the proxy code, commented under one comment, we would get a share count. Now, what happened is Citadel saw what we were doing, and Robinhood went and bought Say Technology out, which is why Adam Aaron went away from that and went to Computer Share.
Yeah, that's what I was going with it. So it looks like it was planted, not like it was afterthought of buying that company, but to me, it looked like it was planted. I was like so shocked to see, oh my God, you are actually giving away access to your broker account. You got to go log into your broker account through that so you can log the float. You can prove the float. And after that, we saw, Robinhood, Webull, all these folks are already PFOF brokers, and they're giving all the info all the time to, Citadel. But you saw TD Ameritrade building burn down, and then Fidelity, coming and saying they didn't vote for the transparency. They commented saying, we don't want to vote for the transparency because it would actually reveal all the hypothecation, all the lending of shares. So, to me, and even, another thing I want to bring up is these guys, company board has sold stock at 35.40. I was thinking, why the fuck are these guys selling? How come they're selling at 40 if they believe in, that company is going to go up, or if they believe in the squeeze, right? And, to me, it looked like insider trading, but it's blatant because they were told, I think they had the insider info from, there is probably a gentleman's agreement. Al was saying the other day, there's probably a gentleman's agreement saying, we are going to look the other way. You do what you want. That's why these people like Charles Gasparino, all these people completely bash the stock every day, and they get away with it. Nobody even pays attention to that motherfuckers. So, I was
No,
wondering,
we get told to play nice and apologize and be nice to Jim Cramer, while other shareholders are bashing people like me who hold these spaces with hundreds of people day in and day out.
yeah, it makes my blood boil. It's not a joke anymore. It's just something has to be done. I think we can't trust these fuckers anymore. Adam Aaron and all this board. I'm a very optimistic person. I've waited 2 years. Why do they come with these APE shares after 2 years? Why can't, if this was a legitimate proven idea with Overstock, why didn't they do it last year? Why it was almost like an eyewash, to me. And then despite that, nothing has been mentioned, nothing has been done. You keep mentioning that he doesn't see any synthetic shares, all this nonsense, and while he's making money, he's, retiring and he's, funding his accounts and selling his shares, all this nonsense, this is just not good behavior at all, So that's what I want to mention.
The biggest thing that bugs me, and I'm glad it was successful, was the Nicole Kidman commercial. It went viral. We've got the SNL skits about it. Awesome. But $25 million for something like that seems a bit excessive. I would like to know what SNL paid to do their skit, because it was almost, if not better quality, better. It's crazy.
Well,
it almost
it
feels
didn't
like
come out of our pockets. Let's face it. And honestly, Spence, I've talked about this with people. Someone like Tom Cruise probably would have done it for a lot less or even free, wearing his aviators and, promoting. It would be a way of promoting his movie Top Gun as well. I feel like there are so many other ways. How about just filling the audience with apes, with people who actually support the company? How about, a crowded movie theater? Nothing is better than that. And they would do it for free. They would pay to be in that. So yeah, I agree.
Here's the funny thing, though. To me, it almost felt like it was a payout to the industry. Like, hey, here's 25 mil. Let's get this thing going again. Let's get some productions going and whatnot. I don't know. It's a huge expense when the company is still burning cash and we have $5 billion in debt. It is a pretty big expense to drop 25 million on a one-time slot advertisement campaign. I don't know. Is it successful? For the most part, I guess so. But that type of advertising is not what's going to draw in the movie crowd that we have today. Maybe 15 years ago, but today, AMC.
These are the same people telling us to eat bugs. Come on. Dude, read the room, bro. Like, she's literally putting out a video about bugs to eat. I can't get with it. I'm not with it. I'm sorry. I'm not
eating bug burgers. That's for sure.
Hell no.
Look what Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman do with their brands. Laughing Man Coffee and Aviation Gin. They make commercials for nothing and they trend virally. This type of action is what AMC needs, not $25 million payouts to celebrities. Ryan Reynolds' whole Mint Mobile advertising campaign is brilliant. He's like, here at Mint Mobile, we're not going to spend your money you pay us on needless commercials. And he recycles them, and it works. Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds have one of the best viral sensationalism stand-ups between each other just by jumping on Twitter and TikTok. That's what AMC needs. We need to get lean, mean, and in doing that, you get green. And that's not happening right now. It's like the fat cats are continuing to eat the share of the food, and we're all sitting here starving. So that's what, just in a nutshell for everybody that's joined, that's what this call's about. I have no personal issue with Adam Aaron. I have a problem with how the billions of dollars that have been raised off of our backs are being used and or failing to strike when the iron is hot on a consistent basis. Mainly, publicizing the APE 2 weeks before it's delivered gave every institution the time they needed to front run the dividend. And as soon as they said, we're not delivering until August 26th, I immediately tweeted, they are going to fail to deliver massively And I was right on freaking target with 43 million failure to delivers that disappeared with no buying action, no price improvement. And then a week later, Dave Lauer posts that whatever institution has just been fined, Barclays or UBS is what it was clearing FTDs by using spoof limit buy orders so it looked like they own the stock. It's got to end. And if anybody's not questioning this at this point in time, you're blindly giving your money to someone that is misusing it, and you're saying thank you. Faith and money do not work. The last time any story ended with faith and money was when Jesus tore down the freaking church. The church should not be a bank. You should not put blind faith in a CEO or a board that is going to take billions of dollars and misuse it while they're currently trying to settle a lawsuit for mismanagement in the past. Now, I think APE will pay us out. I do think it's going to work if the market mechanics work exactly how I think they are, but there's new ways of being fraudulent being created every day. So I think it's time for Adam Aron as CEO and chairman to address the elephant in the room and say there is a problem in the stock market. Our stock is being synthetically diluted by some type of mechanism that we cannot fight without help from the Justice Department. I mean, it's got to be a public statement. Rah, 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 blah, blah, blah. All right, everybody. Whoever was up next.
Can we get Mr. Kilo? I think he's been in here for a real long time.
Yeah, I'm going to shut up and let everybody else speak too. So go ahead, Mr. Kilo.
Hey, everyone. So talking about, I know Spencer, you were just talking about the addressing the naked. So let's go back and look at ATER. I pinned it up on top of the nest, but they specifically came out, they hired outside investigators and stuff to handle the naked and stuff. And I think the last time we heard from the CEO was back in, last year, about almost a year ago. So everything is under investigation and all that stuff. So I think it's going to take some time. But on the other hand, when it comes to the proxy voting material, I don't know if you guys read the whole, I'm sure most of you have, but it's like there was a voting in person. If you show up, your actual voting proxy will have your number of shares written on the proxy that you can vote in person at AMC location. And I think that's the one thing that we all miss because it says it right on the proxy. It's like I went back and started looking at a whole bunch of public companies to see which one of them offered in-person voting during COVID and all that stuff. But AMC ended up being the only one that offered in-person voting if you show up with your driver license and with your in-person voting material, proxy material.
Yep, it's definitely possible. I actually considered doing that last time. I was going to take the Southwest Chief from Albuquerque to Kansas. It runs right through there, so the train is available. That's one of the most important things Adam Aron hit on that this community hasn't talked about is the whole proxy situation.
Yep, and he specifically said, read the proxy material. I mean, on one hand, I can't, blame him for everything that he's done because it's like he can't come out and say, hey, everyone needs to come out and vote, but it's in the material. It's up to us to read it in a way. I mean, I'm in Seattle. If it's tomorrow, I don't mind driving down all the way to, Kansas and to actually, submit my vote. But hey, that's just, it just can't be, one person only. It's like all of us have to be together.
Here's the problem, though. After he told us that, and I went through and I read line by line on the proxy that I got from ComputerShare, I was like, why didn't I get my proxy from all my other brokerage accounts? And I called who he said to call. They would not answer the phone. They would not tell me. If they did, they didn't tell me anything I could use. And investor relations never answered me back. It's absolutely insane that we had an annual meeting and not everybody was allowed to vote. And most likely, it's because we don't own 80% of the float. We probably own 40 legally, and the rest of it is IOUs. That's why people didn't get their proxies. You have shares
that are not legally issued by AMC. Therefore, you don't have voting rights. I mean, the evidence out there is set and it's public. And like General said, now they're just out in the open committing this fraud with no consequence. And that's on the DOJ, that's on the SEC, that's on FINRA, that's on every single politician seated in the US Congress right now. It's an absolute global disaster that is getting ready to happen because of all these shares that are sold that do not exist. It's got to end at some point in time. But again, the content of the call, Adam Aaron has to address this. Him coming out and saying there's no reliable information, that is bogus. There is multiple accounts of evidence, charges from FINRA, court cases that have been stacking up for years on this exact topic, and you can prove that it is happening to AMC right now.
Well, the way that Citadel, Susquehanna, and BlackRock are able to build such, large conglomerates and build the wealth that they have is they utilize their power of investments and the proxies of all the shareholders because they're market makers. Okay, so they utilize the proxies of all the shareholders collectively, and they're able to put people on the board of these companies, which they want to infiltrate for either the positive or the negative, which benefits their companies, not the shareholders individually.
Did I lose you guys?
I can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe Spence is tweeting or doing something else, or maybe he got dropped. I don't know. So if the call drops, that's probably why. I'm not sure who was next, though.
If the call drops, it's because I said BlackRock. Let's just remember that.
Probably. It probably just booted Spence.
So maybe Tarek for Lano and then Thomas. Is that good, guys? Did I get it right?
I'm just here. I'm putting ice packs on my neck because my blood pressure is going through the roof, getting angry. So I'm going to let everybody, I'm going to go walk away for a minute and calm down.
Ethan came back.
Yeah, this is Tarek. Just, I keep listening to your space calls and I don't come to speak except like few times on Froggy Styles in the past. But I'm very happy with the drive that's happening. Thanks, Tara. Thanks, Spence. And also Al from Boston. I think what he's doing is really supportive. I spent like more than 35 years of my career as CFO with the global banks, mostly UK banks. And I can understand that, as a CEO, Adam Aaron is basically worried about two things, basically to keep the company running. And he's happy with whatever we are doing to keep putting money in the bucket. But the problem, the bucket is punched. And, while we are putting lots of liquidity on AMC and APE, what it's getting into the company is really small. And the time frame we have until the company, comes out of this, problem is basically we have to look at the cost of, loans that he's carrying and bonds that he have on his balance sheet. So now I think this drive to push Adam Aaron to do something about, what is happening in the market is very important for us. Because I feel that, he's worried about his bonus check and how much he can get in cash in the stocks. And that's his main thing. And he's happy that, the APE community is there and he's kind of like riding the wave whenever he wants. Now I think we have to make him accountable. We put much skin in the game. For myself, I have more than 50% of my net worth now in meme stocks, mostly AMC. I also hold GameStop, BBIG, ATR, and DWAC, and most of the other stocks. This what's happening in the stock market. I've been feeling that there's something wrong. I was through the .com, the Lehman crisis, and many of the corrections happened in the market. And I believe that there's something wrong with the equity. And I believe that the ETFs is the basically best way to go. But now with what's we discovered now, I feel even the ETFs are being like rided, and we are losing our money to the market makers in a very dirty way. I think what Froggy Styles discovered about the Max Payne weekly cycle, that they keep resetting the roulette every like 7 days, and they keep pumping our money in options and in other means. And every now and then they just pump the stock price, show us that big price action up, and many of us will just go and buy more of the stock, and they keep driving that down through a weekly cycle until they take all of our liquidity. What we want is we want to see AMC outside of the cloud. And I think Adam Aarons should have more attention to the cost line, because currently, whatever cost of debt he's going to pay will eat much of the positiveness coming from the return to the movies and whatever we are doing in the cost box. He have to cut his cost. He have to find a way to bring the company profitable by means of earning per share, because doing that huge dilution without considering the consequences of not being able to produce profitability for the shareholders, this should be his worry. Because now the APE community is there to support AMC, but if you want to have viable company, you have to look about how much he's paying in cost of debt versus how much he's making in profit. And for us, we are here for the squeeze play. We still believe in the squeeze play, and I'm happy that much of the YouTube noise is fading. Lots of YouTubers are not there for the game, and I believe that now. I think in basically Twitter Spaces between Ape Radio and Spence and Terra here, and maybe some others, they are having more clarity about what we should do. And I think we should be pushing Adam Aaron to do something very soon. He should not be very passive with regards to what's going on. We are not happy with those one-off tweets. He have to be talking clearly, how he is going to pounce. This pounce, I don't think it's happening as he mentioned, unless his pounce is for something else. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. That was well said, man.
Thanks, Spence.
Good. I'm already following you. To everybody who does follow me, when people speak or tweet on my tweets, I do try to follow everybody back. I never expected to even have a following like this or anything. So Tara trapped me into doing all her work for her. So I'm trying to follow you back, but I appreciate you guys more than anything. And again, hopefully at the end of the month, once Google AdSense pays me the YouTube video, I'll post my earnings and I will kick out AMC gift cards randomly in Space Calls, which was PJ Terra Flip Swing, their idea. They DM me, so we'll be kicking them out in Space Calls. But Ethan is up with his hand up.
It's called delegation, and yay, Ethan's back. Yes. Okay. I want to talk to Ethan. Sorry guys. Ethan was here prior and had to get out really quick. So I really want to get to him. He's here with his hand up. If you don't know who Ethan is, he is the man who went out of his way to file a FOIA request to get the information regarding the SEC paying $460,000 to put out anti-meme stock FUD videos. So that is Ethan here on this space. If you guys want to retweet the space so people can hear what he has to say, no pressure, Ethan, but you better make it good. I'm just playing. Hi, Ethan. Welcome. Oh my gosh. I hope his mic's working. Can you hear us? Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've been listening to you guys, and I've been a full-time activist in New York approximately 9 years, and I've been dealing with the same thing on a smaller scale because it's more local. But the discussions you guys are having is always let's say we go to the SEC or we go complain. it always falls on deaf ear. And I believe that the true solution is, if you guys understand the dynamics and how the courts work, is that we need to empower the general public again. If there's an action or you file a complaint, the discretion is always with the government. Now, back in the 1980s, New York used to have a citizen grand jury. So that means the discretion never fell in the hands only of the government. For example, so we're filing a complaint with the SEC. They could turn a blind eye. And all these bad actors know that. So if you go to all these agencies, they're not going to listen. They're not going to do anything. The same thing with the DOJ. So if all of us took an act, like, for example, let me start this over again. Have you guys ever seen the movie Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher? Hello?
Sorry, Ethan, I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
I have.
Well, in that movie, just to give the abridged version of it, Ashton Kutcher, if you change one single element or a storyline or something in life, something else happens. And I believe if we all united, and actually all of us did research on this, a citizen grand jury is the solution. It gives us power again. For example, if we have evidence of malfeasance committed, we could present it to a grand jury. I'm not talking about a general grand jury where a prosecutor presents the information. It's with us, the general public, meaning it's a citizen grand jury. In New York, it used to have that power in 1980s. They got rid of that, and since then, New York has been going downhill. So, for example, let's go instances in the real world. I don't know if you guys remember Eric Gardner, what happened in New York in Staten Island. That was a federal issue as well as a state. It all fell on deaf ear. Nothing happened. Why? Because the discretion was in the hands of the government. Now, if we actually have a citizen grand jury back in New York, the wife or the family member would present that evidence that they have to a citizen grand jury. Now, mind you, it's not an excuse or there's a lower standard, but they would have to present the right evidence, and then the jury itself could either indict, come back with a true bill, and then move forward. Now, apply this here. For example, we know it's incontrovertible that malfeasance is being committed across the board. If one of us wanted to now go before, let's say in New York, go to the Southern District and submit, go through the process of a citizen grand jury, and these bad actors know this, the scale of justice is balanced. That means there's no one else protecting them. And I'll tell you this, what I've dealt with in New York, the people that run New York, it's an interconnected web. For example, I'll just give one. I know it's a little off, but it solves the issue that we have here, because we're going to continue to complain, and they're not going to do anything. But if we restore the power that a citizen grand jury gives us, the scales of justice is completely back, at least balancing. Right now, we have no scale of justice. But what I was trying to say, in New York, for example, it's completely interconnected web. I don't know if you guys ever followed what happened with the senator who was indicted and convicted, Silver as well as Skelos. Sheldon Silver controlled New York and made so much money. He was associated with a firm, and he controlled the commission that controls all judges. So, for example, in New York State, in Manhattan, all his actions, meaning a law firm he was associated, they filed suit in New York State Supreme Court for all mesothelioma cases. They won majority of them. He was able to get all these firms like $500 million. How? Because he controlled that firm. He controlled that court. And how's that? He controlled the New York State Commission. Now, in that New York State Commission, just to give you a little more information, how did he control it? There's 6 people who have the power to assign 12 members on that commission. He put his best friend, who was the chief judge. And just to give you a little more feedback, those people have the ability to assign these members. 4 of the 6 were convicted of federal crimes. We had Skelos, Silver, our governor was finally thrown out, and then Sampson. So imagine, what does that say about that commission? So he basically controlled the commission. Anybody who's a legit lawyer who wanted to expose it had to file a complaint with that commission, but it would fall on deaf ear. So, for example, if that lawyer who saw the malfeasance had a chance to file a citizen grand jury, he could impanel with all the evidence and put Sheldon Silver in checkmate. But it only happened after the fact. Maybe things were being exposed too much. So juxtapose what we're dealing with. Now, mind you, I've dealt with the SEC also on a bigger scale. That's why some people have asked me, why am I familiar with FOIA and all this stuff? I was supposed to go to law school in 2000 or take the LSATs in 2017, but I didn't because I didn't want to be part of this, the problem. Meaning, not that I'm corrupt. I don't want to be part of it. I would be thrown out and held in contempt. I'd rather fix the issues. And in New York, it's troublesome because most of them are sheep. They don't understand. And when I explain what happens in New York and how it's what's happening on Wall Street, I dealt with Wall Street back in 2010. I filed a complaint against my former business partners, and they didn't do anything. My former business partners tried to steal an algorithm I was trying to build. And I filed a complaint with FINRA. Didn't do shit. I'm like, what the fuck are they there for? And then I had my epiphany in 1913. Long story short, FOIA, although I submitted the FOIA, they could still conceal stuff. I mean, we could be stuck here in a while loop fighting this, and it's going to fall on deaf ear. And I tell you this, the true solution is a citizen grand jury. Do you understand how much power we would have? I think there's only 4 states left that actually have that capability. But New York in 1980s, it was removed. And since then, if you look how New York has gone, it's only gradually, I mean, exponentially now, but it's gotten only worse. And those people who are of the position of power are so corrupt. I mean, they've created such an interconnected web. And this is a microcosm of what's going on Wall Street. Now, I don't know if I used to trade manually back in late 90s, early 2000. It was different markets. It was, I don't know if you guys recall, or I don't know how, I'm old, I'm 45 now, but I used to trade manually, and I used to be associated with a day trading firm. And when you wanted to trade New York exchange stocks, you used to have to go to a specialist. They didn't have, things were not as much, it wasn't electronic, there wasn't market makers really, only on NASDAQ. When you wanted to trade a New York stock exchange, you went through the specialist. So when you look at old movies and you see all the people like centered on down in the exchange, now there's not as many, but back then you have to go through a specialist. So they controlled the stock as well. But the thing is, you could see it was more, you could see things. Now they conceal it. They got it off dark pools and stuff like that. But the transition from specialist to what we have now has only become even more corrupt. For example, they try to appease us retail. Back in the day, they used to trade in fractions, and we used to complain. So then they removed fractions, and now we have pennies. But now they also front run us, because when was the last time you saw a fractional penny? So, for example, when you go place a bid at, let's say, $10.01, and they could fill a seller at $10.01 and a half fraction, which is front running you.
You know what, Ethan, real quick? I've told everybody multiple times, I think every single retail investor should round their shares to a round number. Because when you have fractional shares, you have 5 people that are supposed to own a fraction of the share, but your broker 100% owns it, and more than likely 100% loans it out.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, they try to appease us retail because they complained and they were trying to look good. It used to trade in fractions, then they got it down to pennies. Now they have fractional pennies. So for, let's say the bid is 10.01 by 10.02, you place an order, you want to place an order at 10.01, someone goes to sell market, they fill at 10.01 and a half a penny. When was the last time we saw a half a penny? And I never seen it. So they front run. But the point of my story is I admire these people, you guys, with passion and not willing to compromise and willing to fight. I just believe that the true answer, because I've been dealing with this. I mean, I've been an activist in New York. I'm happy to say I've been arrested 4 times. Not because I'm a criminal, but I stood up for what's right. My first arrest dealt with my 2 business partners trying to steal something, my algorithm. But the 3rd and 4th, I can't turn a blind eye to Lady Justice. So a friend of mine was arrested. His wife got him arrested 8 times. I stood up, I fought for him, and they haven't touched him since. My 4th arrest was, there was 3 cops that they bum rushed me. They tried to arrest me for assault. I never touched them. And then they tried to indict me. I'm like, what the hell's going on? But they didn't know I was semi-intelligent. I immediately filed a federal lawsuit in the Eastern District of New York, put the DA on notice, and my charge was dismissed. But the point is, I filed a complaint because they perjured themselves, but they didn't want to do anything. So through my activism, I've seen so much corruption and interconnected web. And I feel sometimes so hopeless because the bad actors are never punished. So, for example, going back to my last arrest, these 3 dirty cops, it's incontrovertible, filed a criminal complaint that was all lies. Because if I actually touched the police, they would never drop a case. Anyway, through X amount of years, I've been trying to fight it, expose it. No officer's gonna, arrest another officer, or if you file a complaint with, in New York, you got to go to another agency. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you, my experience is already, I've been fighting and exposing. For example, another thing, I sued the city to fix local parks. There was a local park that wasn't touched for 20 years. 24 years. I filed a writ of mandamus. So that's why I'm familiar with it, because a writ of mandamus is when a government agency doesn't do something, you have a job. I mean, you could file a writ of mandamus to force them. You go to a court, or there's other procedures. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, actually, my writ of mandamus that I filed was dismissed, but the judge was so stupid, I didn't care if it went move forward or not. At the end of the day, when it was on the docket of the court, now it was the state and the city was had not knowledge of it. They can't plead plausible deniability, so they were liable if anybody got hurt. So through some perseverance, I was able to procure $9 million to fix a local park. But that was 8 years I've been dealing with. So just to come full circle, I mean, I became an activist as a result of what I dealt with my business partners. And it gave me an epiphany how corrupt New York is. And I also worked with Wall Street, and I've seen corruption back in 2000 early. But this is even more corrupt, because at the end of the day, I mean,
This is global.
Yeah, no, but I understand. But at the end of the day, they have interconnected webs. For example, I mean, Gary Gensler should never have been appointed. He's associated with Goldman Sachs. There's an inherent conflict of interest. And why don't we, the general retail, decide who we should go there? Why don't we have X amount of people that are associated with retail to counter it? I mean, once again, I told you, to really counter this is a citizen grand jury. We could impanel a grand jury and have Gensler indicted based on abuse of power, because he states unequivocally that dark pool and this 90%, and they want to get rid of it, and then all of a sudden he fails to deliver. I mean, he comes out, we can't do it. Why? So with my new updated FOIA request, I asked for all documents and communications to get what was the reason and what was the logic behind it. Is it abuse of discretion or based on merit? And obviously we know it's not based on merit, because at the end of the day, he stated it's not right. So why does he do a complete 180? So anyway, I think most of you guys should go back, if you have time, and look into a citizen grand jury. It will empower us, the general public. Once New York relinquished it, to come full circle, once we relinquish a citizen grand jury, all the discretion goes either to the prosecutors. That's it. So imagine, we see all these bad actors. If they knew that we could impanel a grand jury and put them and indict them, they wouldn't be doing this.
Absolutely, man. That was so well said.
Can I ask Ethan a quick question, Spence?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, what is your opinion in regard to, AMC management, their responsibilities as far as, looking into things that shareholders have pointed out or, raised, attention or brought attention to that are happening around both tickers now? In your opinion, what I really want to know, because you have a lot of background in the activism and, the legal side of things. And I want to know from you directly, Ethan, if you think more should be done, we should be patient with AA, all, and or what? What is your opinion?
My experience, when you're shedding light and the person you present that evidence to doesn't do anything, it either inculpates him, he's conflicted, or is the other way you look at it is either they don't get it. My experience when I brought
incompetent or complicit.
Correct.
One or the other.
Right. So, a couple things that I saw with Adam Aaron. At the end of the day, when he tweeted, when APE went live on August 22nd, 2022, he tweeted several times. His last tweet, in which I posted, was August 24th in reference to this. He was okay that some of us shareholders didn't get APE. So imagine this narrative that plays out. Now, mind you, it went downhill from day one, right? But imagine it played out and it went to 100. And some shareholders didn't get it. meaning didn't get the shares.
I actually did that in a video and a tweet.
Yeah.
We were 1.7% price discovery per minute for 30 minutes. If it would have continued through the day with 13 halts every 30 minutes and no FTDs, we would have seen 390 a share.
Correct.
Supposedly.
Right, but the thing is that's fine if the stock traded that way. What do we do? Because I don't look for myself. I'm worried about other people because I could fight for myself. Some people might not say anything, so I speak up. When I saw people saying they didn't get it or they didn't get their shares, I was like, how is this CEO going to rectify this? I mean, who's going to be liable for the lawsuit? Most people are saying the brokers. I disagree. Adam Aaron, prior to launching the APE, had a fiduciary duty to make sure that everything would go right. He can't plead plausible deniability. It was his idea.
He implied that it would constitute a share count. I mean, that was the implication that was given to all of us to get us on board with it, was that it would count. It would act as a share count, which I don't believe it's effectively done at all with all of the failure to delivers and the overseas apes who didn't get their shares of ape for weeks.
Right. But the thing is, there's two causes of action right now. If shareholders actually want to move forward with this, at the end of the day, those shareholders that didn't get the shares on time and the stock went down, they have a possibility of saying, I lost money on this. I mean, I never got it. Either they sue the brokerage. But at the end of the day, I've been pushing and asking, when is he going to disclose what happened during the distribution of the ape? When is he going to disclose that?
Absolutely.
And to answer your question even further, I wholeheartedly believe that it's beyond manipulation. And just to give you some experience, back in the day when stocks used to trade on New York, now mind you, just to reiterate, it used to trade with specialists. Specialists used to front run stocks. For example, you could see a ticker. I don't know if you guys remember, but there used to be uptick rule. And just to give you an example, when I used to day trade at a day trading firm, it was free money when there was a short seller because they would let the stock trade down, and every penny above, the short seller would be moving down. So let's say you have a stock at $10 and it's trading $10 by 10.01. The short seller the specialist would show this. He would show the short seller at 10.01 with X amount of volume. Then all these day traders would see this because they need the day traders to push it down because the specialist knows where the buyers are, but he needs someone to push it down so it could be filled. So all these all these day traders, I don't know, lately it came out with a married put. Someone, I think it was David Lauer or someone wrote a post about it, a married put, or described it. So retail day trading firms had married puts that you could short ahead of a true short seller. Now, mind you, these rules are a reference to back in the day. So all these day traders would post the married puts, take X amount of shares that they want, and then go short. So let's say, once again, it's $10 by 10.01. You would sell, all the retail would sell at 10, get filled. Then the specialist would open it up at let's say $9.98 by $10. And the short seller is still not showing because you need a down tick to show it. So let's say it trades at $9.99. The short seller would step down to $10. Then let's say he opens up the spread. It's now $9.97 by $9.98. Another person would sell another 100 shares, try to tick it down to $9.97. And then the short seller would be showing up at $9.98. They would move it down. So the manipulation aspect exists. Now, mind you, some short specialists were allowed to provide liquidity and front run. So they would fill someone, let's say someone wanted to buy the short seller, the specialist would fill at 997.5 to front run that short seller because they wanted to take it down to like 950. So these fundamental, the fraud and manipulation has always been there. And
you've given me a really good idea, Ethan, with everything that you just said. And it just occurred to me that there's one thing we can do that we have not done yet. And it's super, super simple. And I just tweeted it. I pinned it to the top. Please like it, retweet it. Everyone should email their broker and ask for an official statement of how many shares they own of APE and AMC on August 22nd, right? Or not 22nd, I'm sorry, August 30th, after maybe even September 1st, after the distribution was done. But how many shares do I own on an official letter? Then you send that, mail it to AMC Investor Relations with everybody saying the same thing.
This is super simple. It costs you almost nothing to do, and it's the form of a reconciled share count. I'm going to read the tweet. Everyone should get an official letter from their brokerage account on how many shares of AMC and APE they own on a specific date, right? Then mail that letter to AMC theaters with a simple headline of, I am your name here, an AMC shareholder, and I would like to serve as a count along with all other AMC investor submissions like this. Please respond to CEO Adam, Vice President or President Investor Relations, AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc., 11500 Ash Street, Leawood, Kansas 66211. They can't ignore that if every retail investor mails them a letter with how many shares they own. They cannot ignore that. I think that's what everybody should do next week.
Hey, Ethan, quick question on something. The citizens jury, you went to the federal courthouse and requested that, or did the judge award that to you? How does that work?
No. It doesn't exist anymore. There's only 4 states in America. You could do a search on it, and in New York, it no longer exists. Now, if it did exist, I would impanel a grand jury on my behalf and present the evidence that I have. But it doesn't exist in New York. I think if I recall correctly, Oklahoma. Actually, let me look this up for a second. I can tell you. Hold on. 1 second.
So this isn't on the state level. This is on the Fed, though, right?
It should be both.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. If we have diversity if we have diversity, right? If we find one of the states that still allows it, right? We don't have anyone over there. I'm in Boston. You're in New York. We can do diversity, and through diversity, we can ask for like anything over 75K, and then boom, we ask for a hearing through a citizens jury. We just have to find an area where a state, obviously, and a district where we can actually win.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if the listeners know. I'm not talking about a general grand jury. Like most people have seen where someone commits a felony, they impanel a grand jury. I'm talking about a citizen grand jury where you're basically acting like the prosecutor. You present your evidence, meaning there's a judge. Right. You impanel a grand jury, and you, as a citizen, present your evidence. And if the jury comes back with a true bill, you can move forward and prosecute any bad actors. Now,
okay.
If we reinstate that across America, things will be a lot different.
Yeah, it'd be night and day.
Because right now, all the discretion is in the government's hands.
Right.
We're going to the SEC right now, right?
Right.
They're not to us. They're not. It's an interconnected web.
So here's my last question. What was your turnaround on the FOIA?
My FOIA, the initial one, I submitted on June 2nd. They have 30 business days to respond.
Okay.
And then I took it upon myself because I already know how corrupt the government is. I reached out. They gave me notice who was assigned to respond. So I was communicating with that gentleman, and I kept asking, what's the status report? The gentleman kept came back and said, for 3 instances, they delayed it or they're looking into it. And I finally got a response on September 20th. So normal procedure, they got to get back to you within 30 days. This one took a little longer because either they're obfuscating or stalling. But at the end of the day, they finally got back to me on September 20th. So, but now I submitted a follow-up, and I just got the acknowledgement letter last week.
So about 3 months, basically, is what you're saying, almost 3-4 months.
Now, mind you, this was a simple inquiry. This was not a Herculean request. I mean,
sure.
This is not. At the end of the day, if they paid, what is it, the $450 for all those videos, I mean, the accounting should have been done from inception. I mean, this was not a Herculean request. So, but I've also submitted on state level. It's called a FOIA, at least in New York. It's Freedom of Information Law. Anybody wants a state agency to get documents from them in New York, at least it's called FOIA. I would assume in other states it's the same acronym.
We have that.
If it's federal, it's called FOIA. But during my experience with submitting FOIA requests, I've gotten so many state agencies that stall or make you file an appeal. And that's, once again, in violation of law. They obstruct. And they get away with impunity because most people give up and don't do anything about it.
Listen, can I see you offline? I'm all of a sudden thinking that there's a way to do this through. I can file something like this in Massachusetts, and I know that there's There's cooperation between Massachusetts and New York on other matters. So I don't see why a FOIL wouldn't you know what I mean? I don't see why it would be denied, or if there's some kind of issue there. But let's work together on this thing. We already discussed the writ of mandamus. I think earlier on.
I heard.
I'm dropping that. Mine is a complex thing, but the idea is if I go to the federal court and I drop this paperwork, and I'm just going to say they're unwilling to provide any information, because I don't expect them to do this anytime soon. Mine's so much more convoluted. And if that's the case, then I can have just one more thing saying, hey, the Fed is they're not doing anything. The SEC isn't doing anything. They're just asleep, and they're making videos, making little YouTube videos, something to that effect. I just want to be able to display a pattern of mismanagement, at least to that level, to say, well, maybe these guys aren't doing all that great. How long has this been going on? Are there other stocks? Are there other securities that are in the same boat? And ask them to do the thing that we spoke about earlier. Just moving one stock, one security outside the purview of Citadel and go to a smaller market maker. I did find out that there's like two small market makers that have nothing to do with any of the hedge funds. They're strictly market makers. They don't have anything to do with IB. All they do is this, and then they're wicked small. And we can ask them to take over this, or we can have the judge have them assume custody of this particular stock. Because the last thing I want to do is go into receivership. We don't want that. We don't want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna. Here's the thing: when I hear sometimes, hold on, how do I phrase this? Just the idea that market makers even exist. Now, mind you, I dealt in the late 90s, early 2000s, I dealt with specialists, meaning that was even beyond corrupt. Because at the end of the day, you got one person, one individual, meaning firm, a specialist firm, controlling the stock. Here we have market makers. They're not. Why are they even involved? Because at the end of the day, I've been stating there's a conflict of interest. So, for example, the way APE was trading, if you look at the chart, this is what happened. All the true legit buyers bought, and then all these market makers got short. They filled. They're alleging that they were the final person to fill that the trades. That means they have an inherent, they don't want it to go that high. Why are they filling it? Why don't you allow true sellers to come in? But APE never had true sellers in the beginning because it was new. So they're getting short, which is a conflict of interest. So mind you, if they're getting short at 11 or 12, there's a conflict. You think they're going to allow it to go to 13, 14? They're going to lose money. So they're going to find some way to move it down and then force anybody who's a legit buyer to then sell. And who's buying it at that price point? The market makers.
Right.
Why do we have these bad? They're inherently bad actors.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we should just have only legit buyers and legit sellers. If there's no sellers at 11 or 12, allow the price to go to 13. Let price discovery occur.
And so that's the thing. That Madoff thing, that Madoff rules that he set aside completely fucked this whole thing up. And they made it that the investment banks and the big banks are the ones making money on these things. It's all Madoff. It's his. Yeah.
And
so I'll leave that.
And just to come full circle, we bring up Madoff again. I don't know if he lived up to his name because he made off with people's money. But at the end of the day, how many people were filing complaints against Madoff and they filed it with the SEC and it fell in deaf ear? Yeah. Now, if you have a citizen grand jury, these people who don't have to go through the government agency and they abuse their discretion, they can impanel a grand jury, present their evidence against Madoff, and they can indict. Now, mind you, this can't be abuse of power of the general public and just indict anybody. You got to meet the standard. You got to meet the elements of any crime. And if the grand jury comes back with a true bill, then that person has to defend themselves. But at least we're removing the power that the government has.
So the only people that have it is California, Florida, Kentucky. I would say out of Florida because obviously Ken's down there. Louisiana, Kentucky, Minnesota. New York is still on there for some reason.
No. You see, I think you're looking at grand juries. You got to look at the term. You got to do a more descriptive search. A citizen grand jury.
So whenever I do citizen grand jury, the only thing that comes up is a wiki page, but there is no. There's one thing called splcenter.org, where former DOJ convened citizen grand jury to indict people. I get that part. There's nothing specifically. You know what? What I'll do is when I go to class on Monday, or Tuesday rather, I'll just ask the professor what it is and how I can, where it's involved and stuff. We're doing Civ Pro shit anyway, so he should probably know this.
Right. And then one last thing, to answer your question, Tara, I bought I brought it with a couple people about a writ of mandamus. I was going to do it as a last resort. I was trying to interview several attorneys, and I spoke to one APE, and he asked me about West Christian. Now, I don't know the gentleman, but I've dealt with a lot of attorneys, and the what's it called? Our judicial system is inherently a conflict of interest as well. And that's why I decided to study law on my own just to help people out. And I was planning to go to law school one, and then I gave up on it. But with a writ of mandamus, it's the inception of a writ of mandamus was implemented for our typical situation. A writ of mandamus tells you go to a district court, or sometimes you go to the Second Circuit, and actually there's also a writ of mandamus in state courts. But since we're dealing with the SEC, which is a federal entity, we would file a writ of mandamus in the district court, and I was going to actually reach out to you about this, Spence, because I've seen that you cited X amount of laws with regards to the violations. We would ask the SEC, which would be the respondents, as well as Gary Gensler, to enforce securities law. And then they would get served. They have a right to respond, and then the judge would decide. Now, within this petition, we could also ask for a TRO, which is an injunction to put, or a preliminary injunction, and to put a hold on on dark pools. Now, mind you, the courts don't have to take our word. We would present to the judge for the preliminary action Gary Gensler's interview with the comedian. Oh my God,
Jon Stewart.
Yeah. Or
this is almost exactly what Al is working on right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Same thing. Yeah.
But
and the other thing is, Ethan, the data.
Right. Now, in order to overcome this, now, mind you, I don't know. I know you could be a fan of Trump or not, but one thing I did like about Trump is that he called our judiciary out. Now, mind you, in order to overcome corrupt judges, I believe that we should put together a writ of mandamus, give it to 50 apes or even more across all America within New York has 4 district courts.
Bingo.
Some states are smaller, so they might have 2 district courts or 1. But if we file a writ of mandamus across the United States, across all the jurisdictions, we will find one judge that will hear us out. And we maybe, let's say 50 times, let's say how many circuit courts, maybe 100 something, we would beat the odds of finding a legit judge that would entertain this writ. And that's, I believe, another way to beat it. Because at the end of the day, if we do get the writ signed, which is just a writ means an order, mandamus is to mandate someone to do something. So if we get the writ and the SEC doesn't do anything, or Gary Gensler turns a blind eye, and meaning he turns a blind eye to the writ, we could come back to court and file either for sanctions as well as for contempt of court. And
so that's what we're doing right now. That's literally what we're doing. The only difference is we're not only doing the district courts, we're doing government agencies. We're using the military guys as well. So when you file through a Department of Defense, like a JAG officer is what they're called. If you file through them, they have much more different means of getting this happening, and it's structured differently. They actually have to send a guy to the Pentagon to discuss this thing, and that is completely like let's say we filed it in DC, right? That means the SEC sends an officer, like a lawyer, to the Pentagon to meet with our guys and says, this is what's happening. And it's all recorded. It's all fucking videotaped and stuff. And we get the copies of everything and we find out what the hell's going on. Now, if you do that with that's why I made a video a couple of days ago asking for all the active duty guys to pop your heads open. If you're on active duty, come reach out to me because they have lawyers that they can use for free. There's no cost to them. The government provides the lawyers for all the veterans. So I said, all right, we'll gather up, 100 active duty guys. We'll give them all the paperwork. We'll give them all the evidence. We consolidate them, and we tell them to file on behalf of themselves. And they all file in federal court. One day, we'll give them a date, like the 30th or something. And then the SEC just gets bombarded with all these requests for the same thing. We think it's going to rattle them. And all it takes is one. All it takes is one sympathetic federal judge. That's right. Then the game's over.
Correct. Now, here's how we come back full circle to what I was trying to say. Now, mind you, I don't trust our judicial system, and I really don't trust that many attorneys. That's why when I posted one time, I was vetting attorneys. Wes Christian, I don't know him at all. However, I believe I saw one of his videos. He says he's been in the business for 20 years. Now, when he says 20 years, how come to me, at the end of the day, if he really saw that it was bad, how come he didn't move forward for an injunction? I mean, he was conflicted. I mean, at the end of the day, do you want the honey? That was his way of making money. But at the end of the day, if you really are genuine and fighting for what's right, you should have filed an injunction to terminate this so no one have to ever deal with this. Now, mind you, I don't know him, and I don't know what his intent was, and he comes off genuine. But I've reached out to, actually, Wes Christian with the idea, meaning I left an email or I left a message. I never spoke to him directly, and I actually reached out to Kat. Kat actually reached out to Wes Christian, and he turned it down, and she said he never provided a reason. So that's why I believe if he didn't provide a reason or he just said no, and through my experience is that I'm onto something.
He never got paid, is what I heard. Last time, the people that were supposed to do it, he let them do it on credit. And last thing in the world you want is to be a lawyer and get shafted after doing all that hard work. You know, they stopped paying the money, and the money ran out, and that was it. And that's why he stopped doing it. I think he's probably got a collection. He's got an anthology of everything that's happened. But I don't know if he's willing to share that with people. Maybe another lawyer could ask for it. Who knows?
Listen, he told me directly. He said to me directly on the phone. He said the biggest problem they have right now is the AMC board of directors will not respond to them. Like, absolutely will not respond. He told me too, he's not the type that wants to do any type of big class action thing. He wants to do more micro, direct, targeted investigations. So he is going to be on a call tomorrow. Apparently, I followed the guy who was talking about it, Akizan. I'm going to try to figure that out and attend that call tomorrow because I do want to hear what Rich has to say again. So I think.
Can I really quick just say how proud and honored I am to be a part of this group, like the adults in the room who are actually willing to do the footwork that it takes to get things done. I just want to say it's an honor and a privilege to be on the same team with you guys, and just to make sure that people are 100% clear, because I'm seeing a lot of stuff out there about me personally, about Spence. I'm in the play. Just because I'm not 100% on board with everything that's going on by management doesn't mean I'm going to cheer for a different play. I'm still here. I'm holding. I believe in the squeeze. I'm not done here. You know, there's still a ton of work to be done, and I'm not throwing in the towel. I know the GME crowd was so quick to say, Tara's going full tray and quitting on AMC. No, I'm not. I wouldn't be sitting here with Spence on my Sunday when I'm supposed to be at my mom's house doing this. So I'm going to head out pretty soon and go put out decorations with my mom for Halloween. But I just want to say I am so honored to be a part of this group. And thank you, Spence, for firing this up, hosting the space, and bringing the big brains together. And that's what's happening here live, real time. And it's just amazing to be a part of and to witness. So thank you guys for the footwork, the diligence that you've all put in, and your continued efforts in this fight.
Absolutely. And I should be at Applebee's right now, but I'm here. Here's my two takeaways so far from this entire space call. One, I personally think this is something so easy to do. Everyone should email their broker, get a direct letter of how many AMC and APE shares they own, and mail it to John Merriweather and ask them on the headline, log this into a file called share count, and then ask for a reply of receipt. They can't deny that. That is a analog, bona fide, reconciled share count that we can do on our own. And if you ask them to file that document as a shareholder, they will file it. Two, what Al and Ethan are doing, I am 100% on board with. I will file in my state of New Mexico in any way I can. I don't care what it costs me. We need to drive the nails in the freaking coffin on this thing and be done with it to protect future investors from this shit ever happening again. And not even that, our parents and grandparents and family members' retirement funds. The California teacher's pension has probably lost 45% of its AMC investment value since this happened. It is absolutely unacceptable. But if everybody just sends a paper copy of how many shares they own on a specific day to AMC, that is a reconciled share count in its fullest. Because what's going to happen is if everybody does it, you're going to see billions of AMC and billions of APE And AMC and Adam Aaron will then have the quote reliable evidence that they need. It's the simplest thing to do.
Spence, I got a question for you. Maybe you can help with this because I think you're onto something. The only thing that I would say is then it's still centralized. It's still within the hands of a couple people at AMC, whether they're gonna disseminate that information to us shareholders. So let me ask you this: if we did that same thing, is there a way to, log it on the blockchain? I don't know if we take a screenshot of that letter, if we get it from our broker, and then make that letter an NFT and put it on the blockchain and just create a blockchain thread for AMC shareholders. Is there a way to do that?
As long as your broker put some type of reference number, the only thing I would be concerned about is somebody, once you do digital, then you can Photoshop anything. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a great idea. I still think we should do that. The biggest thing is it takes no effort at all to get your APE and AMC shares mailed to you from your broker or in an email, whatever. You should get it mailed. Get it mailed to you and then mail that on with a letterhead directly to John Merriweather and to put attention John Merriweather, attention CEO Adam Aaron to investor relations in Leawood and say, please log this in a folder called share count on behalf of all AMC investors. And then during the next annual, when they come out and we say up front, I will go to Kansas myself. Adam Aaron, you received millions of letters of shares of AMC and APE per shareholder. Where are they and have they been counted? It's just a dead set way to get it done. And all you got to do is get that printout mailed to you and mail it straight to AMC. That's all it takes. What's a stamp now? $1 maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I would do it. Return receipt though.
Yeah, absolutely. Return receipt and then tell them I would absolutely like you to verify that you've received this in some type of return document, which they can do. So when they have millions of shareholders, show them that on the date of, say, today or tomorrow, right? What's tomorrow? October 10th. As of, say, October 10th, I've had this many shares in my brokerage account of AMC and APE. Please file this under the folder share count and please return a confirmation that you have done so. And then at the next meeting, how many shares do we have, Mr. Aaron? We've had over 750,000 people send you their brokerage allotments.
And one last thing, ask him to confirm if what you're sending him matches this. He conducted 6 share counts. If the shares that you're giving him match, because you've been saying if we have naked shorts, some of us shareholders are not being taken into account. Ask him if we're presenting to him our shares, does it match his initial 6 share counts? Meaning, are we on the list? If they don't see us on the list, that means something's up.
Here's what's crazy. The poll that I ran has 4,748 votes now on Twitter. I understand confirmation bias on Twitter during a poll. But right now, at 500 shares, it's 26% of that 4,748 voters. 1,000 is at 29%, 3,000 is at 17, 5,000 is at 27.9. Now with that, when we average that out for the total votes, that is 6,521,625 shares based on 4,675 votes. That's an average count of 2,326 shares held per person. If you contribute that to 4 million retail investors, which Adam Aaron says we have, that's 9.304 billion shares. Margin of error. Let's say there's only 800,000 AMC investors. That is still 1.86 billion shares. That's just on a basic Twitter poll with 4,675 people. Presidential election polls are rated on 2,000 people. It's just, and think of this, the top people up here in the speaker positions right now, I know at least 14 people not on Twitter that hold at least 50 shares each just for me. Now imagine that. With just the speakers up here, how many people do you know off Twitter that hold shares of at least 10 to 50?
So I think if we log this in an analog method at AMC theaters and keep on them every day. AMC theaters, Adam Aaron, John Merriweather, are you logging the statements we are sending you in the share count folder? Yes or no? They're going to have to do it. We're going to get a reconciled share count in a legal way that nobody can deny, and then they cannot deny that they do not have evidence on wrongdoing. But again, the biggest problem in the community, personally, for the most part, is inaction. I mean, people still have not even read the 8K or the prospectus. It's just crazy the amount of people that I get DMing me about the earnings call when we're streaming it live, asking me to break down the earnings call for them. It's just, we have to take action. Tara, I'm not sure if you're still up here or not. You got a blue dot beside your name. Can you hear me? Okay. Let's get to these last four hands. I hate to do this, but I'm getting pretty tired. Let's do the last four hands, and then we'll break it down, and we'll let the hosts. Tara, if you can talk, try to talk. I don't know if you're there or not. I see your icons. Let's get the last four people in, and then we'll get the host to close out statements, and everybody else can close out. And then I think I'm going to call it a day, man. So whoever was, let's go to Thomas. I think Thomas was up, and then we'll do Tariq, Hollywood, and Ethan.
Hi. You guys can hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. I've been an AMC holder since the first run up, and I think I had my first buy-in at like February 1st or something like that. I've been consistently buying in since then, basically. But I feel like there's one big problem that a lot of people like are not too happy about, is the fact that we have basically bought the float. We own the company, basically. And Adam Aaron said this. We've seen it. And it's been a while. Basically, we're fighting against people with a lot of freaking money. And I've, in the past, like, have been watching some of these hedge funds that we've defeated. We've defeated like 6 hedge funds now, or like institutional market makers.
Crushed them.
So we've got like 6 tombstones already. Okay, so we're basically going down the line. And I've been watching this whole thing where, as we go along, we saw Evergrande. Evergrande exploded. What happened before Evergrande exploded? They started selling physical assets. They started selling like the executive freaking plane or whatever the crap it was. They started selling like office buildings and crap like that. What are we seeing now with Citadel? We know from their, was it F7 or what their filings, that they've lost a crap load of money just since the beginning of the year. And
Citadel seeking refuge in Florida because Trump backed the person who ended up getting the position that against the person that Ken Griffin had backed. So, yeah.
Chicago mayor race or the governor race.
I don't even care about the politics that might be involved in it. I feel like both sides.
It's a big part of it.
They're both fucked. They're both part of it. It's uniparty bullcrap, whatever. Anyways.
No, it's not. They're not. They're not both part of it. The person who actually got the position in power in Chicago is the reason Ken Griffin is running and tucking tail and going to Florida to try to get away with the stuff he's been getting away with for years in Chicago.
Yes. Okay. So I'm not even going to get into that. But basically what I'm saying is the fact that we're seeing these cracks in the system. We all know Credit Suisse is like blowing up as we freaking watch. We're seeing smoke.
Selling the Savoy Hotel in Zurich.
Exactly. This is going back to what I said with Evergrande. what did we see with them? We saw the smoke before we saw an explosion. And then what from that explosion, what did we see? Credit Suisse lost $5 billion. $5 billion from that investment in Evergrande. So now what were you seeing from them? More smoke.
You know what?
And so,
Thomas, what's interesting, real quick, sorry. The Pope recalling the $5.5 billion back to the Vatican IRO bank on the 30th was right in line with Credit Suisse falling apart.
Yes. And what are we seeing that happened in the UK? They almost exploded too. They had to be bailed out. We keep on seeing these things happen, and I know people are. I'm anxious too. I've been in this play for a crap load of time, and I know my wife's on the freaking call too, and she's been unsure about this whole thing because she had no idea about the stock market when I got in. I didn't either, and I learned along the way. But we have to be patient. That's all there is to it. So you buy, you hold, and you play the options play, and you gain more on the side so you can also keep on pushing. That's all we can do until something cracks and breaks and we see something crazy. That's
Well,
all
I
there is
know a
to
lot
it.
of people who were in the play who played the option side and lost everything because they were listening to TA guys tell them all summer how this next leg up is coming, the next squeeze is coming, and from making empty promises. They're now out of the play. So, I mean, you do have to be careful giving that advice. Options are very, very tricky. You need to do a lot of research there.
Yeah, not financial advice, but this was also from ignorance, I believe, because a lot of us were new to the market when we first got in. And a lot of those people bought and hold and were hoping for a dream. That's not going to happen. These guys have a lot of money. So we have to grind and just be patient. That's all I really have to say.
I don't think anyone is not being patient. I think we're also expecting a certain response or at least some sort of action when someone's being called to action. But yeah, I pretty much agree with most of what you said, Thomas.
Well, thank you. But as we've seen, the SEC is either compliant or bought off. Politicians are bought off pretty much. And the deeper we dig into this rabbit hole, the scarier it gets.
True story.
And that's why we know we have the winning position. We do. Bar none, without a fact. But we can't just be like, oh, fuck it, we've lost. We just have to keep on being patient and going about the process. It sucks.
I'm gonna do more research. You know, if you don't know anything about the Vatican, the Pope in Switzerland, and Credit Suisse, do some research and see why Switzerland is so heavily involved with the Vatican. And look at the timing between when the Pope recalled the $5.5 billion on September 30th back to the IRO and the fall of Credit Suisse. You guys will be really surprised. But
yeah, a lot of people were overlooking that. And I had pulled up that old article about that when the Vatican had ordered all of their assets back to their bank. It's pretty crazy.
It's because they knew that this problem with institutions selling synthetic shares that do not exist is global. And it's created such a massive bubble that it's going to be a pretty radical event. So,
well, over in the UK and Europe, they have unlimited reach as far as rehypothecation goes. They're allowed to rehypothecate assets unlimited. I believe here it's a 5 times over is how often they can do it here. But and that's per asset. I'm going to go try to find this long tweet thread that I had done like a year and a half ago and see if I can retweet it, because it's important, I think, for people to understand how so much corruption is actually done over in the Frankfurt markets.
I have only one last thing to say is the fact that for people in this call, look at AMC Bigham's and some of his content, which is pretty good, and actually look into that, and it'll freaking blow your mind.
I have a question, Thomas. Are you brand new to Twitter?
Yes,
or did you have to make a new account?
I made a new account like maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
Okay, I was just curious if you follow Spence, because I noticed you don't follow me. So I was curious how you found this space.
I found him when Trey basically went down, and I started doing my running around trying to find content creators and things like that, giving more information on the topic because there's still stuff going on. And
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I listened to a variety of them, and I don't just stick with one or another because I want to get more of a clear picture of what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a smart way to play this. And I think everyone should gather all information. Don't listen to people who are telling you to block people because of what they're saying. Go look for the information. Don't live in an echo chamber. That's for sure.
Exactly. I completely agree.
I have faith in adults to be able to discern from, what's real, what's fake, and come to their own conclusions and not be told how to think. Thank you, Thomas. Really quick, I think Tarek was next.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, thank you, Tara. Again, another contribution from myself. Regarding, the APE dividend, I don't know whether this is a unique case with the Canadian brokers or with others. When we got those APE shares as dividend, one of my brokers is showing those as being like a real dividend at 6 point something dollars. So what it's going to trigger is that I'm going to pay tax on my APE dividend this coming tax year, while we are sitting in a huge capital gain losses with the APE share itself. I don't know whether this is a common issue or it's only unique to my broker. I'm dealing with 2 Canadian brokers. In addition to Interactive Broker, I'm holding AMC and APE shares with all 3 of them. So I wonder if this is like a common issue, but having to pay tax on APE dividend at the beginning of the year, this is mind-blowing, I think, especially if it's priced at 6 when it's now trading at 1.99.
So I thought Adam Aaron said that we weren't going to have to pay capital gains on that. And I know some apes have received 1099, not 1099s, but letters from Fidelity saying that they will have to. But if you notice, there are dates on the lots. If you bought one lot, it'll have a date. But many of us were buying the past 2 years. We have a whole bunch of different lots. So look at those two because, again, Adam Aaron said that we didn't have to pay. But I mean, at this point, honestly, who knows? But I'd like to know if anybody else received those letters.
Yeah, the dividends were issued wrong. 100%. A lot of the dividends were issued wrong. It wasn't supposed to be issued, defined as a spinoff. It said that clearly in the APE dividend forms that they filed with the SEC. The brokerages literally came out and said, we're going to delay this because they knew they didn't have, the brokers knew that they weren't going to get shares from the DTCC. They needed 8 days to figure out how to rehypothecate everything without being caught. And that's exactly what they've done.
I think the Canadian brokers, my 2 Canadian brokers, they gave me the shares 5 days after, which was maybe Thursday or Friday. While Interactive Brokers, they gave it on the same day of dividend distribution. I think, many brokers are having like variant approach towards whether APE counts as a dividend income or not. And I think we have to fix it with the brokers before the end of the year, because the last thing we want to do is pay tax on top of the losses we made.
Yep.
It did not work how it was intended on the day of delivery. We were frauded, like 100%, no doubt in my mind. What's going on, Hollywood? You there? There you are.
Hey there.
Go for it.
There. Can you hear me? I have a question for you.
You were breaking up
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep. Go.
Yes. Yeah. My phone plugged in. You know more about Highcroft than I really don't keep up. How much did they pay for their share of Highcroft?
I believe it was $1.13 or $1.19 per share.
No, but the total investment, it was like 100 million, right?
I don't think so.
24 million.
24 million.
Yep.
Because the total market cap is 100 million now. I mean, maybe the thing, why did he buy it? If not to tie it in somehow with this.
He did. It's so what's one.
I mean, if they took it, in a way, that could almost force what Torchlight's doing with the oil and gas. If somehow that got taken private.
Well, I mean, right now, AMC could freaking buy Highcroft Mine.
Exactly.
That's what I don't understand is.
Yes. If between him and the guy who owns the other part, whatever his name is. Yes. They could buy it outright. They could take it private and they could do it through APE, and then they would have to cover. And then let him issue whatever the fuck he wants. We would pay him. He could issue commemorative crap that we could buy, and the debt would be solved instead of what he's doing.
Well, that's why I don't get why he doesn't do a silver dividend in the form of a serialized physical trust certificate. That would end everything
because they
immediately.
They can pay the value of it. It's too concrete. It needs to be something like a private company with unlimited potential.
They could pay you the value, but as soon as somebody got paid the value, it would be a no nonsense. We did not receive our physical trust certificate. I do not want the value in dollars. I want my physical silver. And if they don't deliver that, that's proof of synthetic shares in the market.
It could be proof, but no one cares. It has to be a liquidating event that if it's not covered, they'll get liquidated and it'll cover for them. And it's not going to do that with a 0.5 gram of silver. It's not enough value. But it just seems like he bought Highcroft for a reason.
Well, and we do have another NFT coming out. The gold Highcroft NFT will drop this month, apparently. And there is a trend. There's a trend that people have not really realized yet, that the NFT drops usually match up with a catalyst inbound. So I do think out of all this entire call today, I do think something's coming. I do think he has a plan, but he needs to address the elephant in the room very soon, because we're sitting here playing billions of dollars on hope and wishing, and people going, I think I found a hidden message in this tweet.
No,
we need
silly.
something concrete.
Now, I'm going to put this out here, even though I've been blasted on Twitter by unfriendly forces that are in this call, apparently, that have told me that I should sell my shares and leave because, I'm critical about my money being mismanaged. But maybe Ethan knows. Is there a way we can file an injunction stopping him from issuing the APE until this is addressed?
Is Ethan still up here? I don't see Ethan up here anymore. But maybe shoot him a DM. Oh, you do?
I see him up here. I don't know if he's like away from his computer or if something's frozen on my end, but he is still up here as a speaker.
He dropped the mic already. He's on
Yeah,
listening mode.
the call is starting to break up pretty bad, and he is down in my view. But as far as I know and I'm concerned, from what I read, Adam Aaron has every single right in the world to issue this ape. And
yeah, but you know what? An injunction, it gives us time. Someone might listen and say he has every right, but it really, we voted against it. And he's called it common stock. He said it's the same as common stock. We said no more common stock. It really is a very irregular situation.
You would have to file the injunction. That's all I can say on that. Personally, I doubt it would have any effect from stopping him, but at least you make your statement to him. He knows right now that if I almost guarantee you him or somebody he knows has been in listening on this call. We have literally Citadel coming in listening, Fox News coming in listening. He is definitely listening to this call. So, I think everybody today has been insanely respectful to him.
Sure.
And I think it's our right as shareholders to question what is happening, because we've lost 80% of the value of our preferred shares, which makes no sense, because APE should be trading evenly with AMC, which is proof of some type of share mismanagement on the exchange level. It's complete proof.
Okay, if I may, I want to, and I agree with you, Spence, that Adam Aaron does have feelers out here if he's not listening on a ghost account as it is. Anyways, here are two requests that I have of Adam Aaron or any CEO or any board director to start talking about in their meetings. Number one, we need some type of reconciliation of our shares, and don't do these half measures. If you're going to put out NFTs, put them out to shareholders. You had the right idea, but you only went halfway with it. Okay, if you're going to do APE shares, make sure it's through some type of blockchain to where it's accounted for, where it's not in the hands of the same people that are making synthetics of AMC shares. That's number one, because our value as shareholders is the company's value and their ability to get debt financing. We all know that. There's two reasons why market makers push the price down, not just to make money on the way down, but also to force the company into illiquidity, into some type of bankruptcy, so they never have to buy back those shares, so they never have to pay taxes on it. We all know that. And if we don't know that, that's your refresher. The second thing that I'm going to request of Adam Aaron or somebody on the board is this. We have the most amount of screens on the planet, the most amount of theaters on the planet. We have a production studio, if I'm not mistaken. If we were to utilize some of those screens, some of those smaller houses for and hear me out here, like a comedy club type of thing, where it's like AMC Comedy Club, and we produced that and we put it out digital, or we put it out on Netflix or wherever it is. Netflix has this big genre of comedy series that they pay these high baller comedians millions of dollars. What if we had a startup type of comedy club in some of these smaller houses? I feel like people would actually pay 10, 15, 20 bucks to be able to go sit in a 500 theater house or a 200 theater house to have an upcoming comedian perform. Those types and then they could be rebroadcasted on some type of AMC channel. That's another revenue stream. And the best part of it is this: you're not sharing that box office ticket price with the studio. You're actually keeping 100% of the revenue. You're just paying these performers a flat fee, whether it's $1,000, whether it's $5,000 to perform, and whether you're selling 500 seats at 10 bucks, 20 bucks, whatever it is, it's profitable. And then everybody that's coming into the comedy club, they're also buying from the concession, which is 100% profitable for us as well. We're no longer relying on studios whether it's Disney, whether it's Time Warner. We're no longer relying on the studios to give us blockbuster hits to bring in the crowds. We create the crowds ourselves. That's the way this company needs to be run. It needs to be run in a way that's looking for other revenue streams other than mining for gold or silver or whatever. Thinking out of the box is great, but let's focus on what we already have. We have real estate, we have seats, we have screens, and we have studios. Let's put those all together and create an environment where people want to come to the theater, not just to watch a movie, but to maybe listen to a comedian, listen to, I don't know, a new rock band, whatever it is. Those are just my 2 cents and ideas. You heard it here first. Adam Aaron, go implement it.
I think you should DM that to, Eric with AMC Ideas, or hashtag that under AMC Ideas, because it will put, it'll put it in the book that they send Adam Aaron every earnings meeting, which he actually addressed publicly and said, I have this book from AMC Ideas with thousands of ideas. I'll DM it to him too, man. That's a good idea. You guys are gonna love this.
If you're getting ready to close, okay, when you're ready to close it down, I really want to do an outro song if I can, Spence, and it's for you, but I know YouTube will like do something with, I don't know if you can like mute YouTube or YouTube.
Let me close the tube down real quick. Look at the tweet I posted above. They locked Kanye out of his account for the. Hey everybody, thank you so much for coming to the channel. Please like and subscribe, share it. Amazing ideas, amazing everything today. I appreciate you all very, very much. You guys have a great Sunday.